We're live from River Valley Room. Well, good morning, everyone. It's nice to see so many people in the meeting joining us. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors have footmarked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nikorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Roll call. I will do a roll call of committee members. First, Councillor Salvador is here.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And I will see if we have other council colleagues joining us. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
That is it for now. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Sure. I just had it here. I will move adoption of the June 23rd Executive Committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
I'm yes as well, but I don't.
We're just going to have to reboot the vote. Give us one moment.
I'm a yes.
Okay, the voting should be live.
Now. You can all vote now electronically or virtually, whatever it's called. Whatever, yeah. Or through eScribe.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Salvador, you want to do that?
Sure, I'll move approval of the minutes from the June 2nd, 2023 Executive Committee meeting.
Okay, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
Still yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I have one. Good morning, everyone. 2023 marks 100 years since the introduction of the Chinese Immigration Act, better known as the Chinese Exclusion Act. Over 15,000 Chinese laborers came to our nation in the mid-19th century to assist in the construction of the Canadian Pacific Railway. Once construction was complete, the government set a number of measures to stop the flow of immigrants from China to Canada. Beginning with the Chinese Immigration Act of 1885, a head tax was imposed on Chinese newcomers. This tax was in place until 1923, when the Government of Canada introduced the Chinese Exclusion Act to stop Chinese immigration into Canada. Although migration from most countries was controlled or restricted in some way, only Chinese people were singled out completely from entering based on race. The act was finally repealed in 1947. And after decades of lobbying, Chinese Canadians received an official apology from the federal government for the head taxes and the exclusion of Chinese immigrants in 2006. It is painful to know that for 62 years, systemic discrimination and racist policy separated loved ones and discriminated against people of Chinese origin in Canada. Though it is a dark and shameful part of our history, today I recognize and reflect on this legislation. It is intended purpose, its devastating consequences, and how systemic racism and discrimination impacts us to this day. Atmospheres of exclusion have no place in our city. That is why 100 years after this horrendous legislation was enacted, we must continue to fight anti-Asian racism, violence, and hate, to create a city that is warm and welcoming, a city where people are proud of their diversities, feel included, and sense of belonging, and to build a city that is for everyone. To acknowledge our past while recognizing the important work we are doing to foster an inclusive city, I am proclaiming July 1st, Chinese People's Railroad Day. So here you go. Whereas 17,000 Chinese pioneers were recruited to Canada in the 1880s to help build the transcontinental railroad, and tragically over 4,000 died during construction due to unsafe working conditions, landslides, and premature blastings. And whereas these individuals played a critical role in uniting Canada from coast to coast and laid the foundation for economic and industrial prosperity, and whereas instead of recognizing these contributions, the Chinese Exclusion Act took effect on July 1st, 1923, 100 years ago, undermining the sacrifices of these pioneers. And whereas the City of Edmonton appreciates the rich heritage and culture of our Chinese community and recognizes how they have created a welcoming environment and that contributes to Edmonton's overall vibrancy, diversity, and economic success. Therefore, I, Mayor Amarjeet Sohi, do hereby proclaim July 1st, 2023, Chinese People's Railroad Day in Edmonton, Alberta's capital city. Okay. And there are activities happening in the community that you can participate in. Please, I would encourage everyone to do so. Yeah. Items selected for discussion and related business. Select items for debate. Okay. Who wants to go? Do so. Okay, Councillor Salvador.
So I see that we have speakers for 7.2 and 7.3, so I'll select both of those.
Okay. Councillor Jans.
7-1 and just questions on 7-4.
7-1, 7-4, okay. All right, that is everything. None to vote on, not selected for debate, right, Clerk? Yep. And the request to speak, Councillor Jans, you have the list? Or Councillor Wright, you have the list? Councillor Wright, go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so that executive committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. On item 7.2, Indigenous Memorandum of Understanding, Rossdale update. Stephen Bentley, Edmonton Stragglers in person. Gerald Delorme, Edmonton Stragglers in person. And Christine Kowalchuk, Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, remote. On item 7.3, Downtown District Energy Initiative project update. Samson Tam, Creative Energy, remote. And Brody Chalmers, Atco Gas, remote.
All right, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Okay, so are you looking for Stephen Bentley to speak?
We will come to you, Stephen.
Okay, all right. I'm going to appear virtually today as under non-believer.
No worries. We will. I will call the names out when we come to that item.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. Display the votes, please. All right, that is carried. Okay. request to speak, request for specific time on the agenda that is already approved as part of agenda. Councillor inquiries. Any councillor inquiries? Seeing none. Reports to be dealt at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, none. Now we are on to our public reports. So the first one is 7.1, 2022 BIA annual reports and auditor financial statements. And I think there's an order that we follow, right? So I'll go to administration for opening remarks, then we'll go to representatives of the BIAs.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, committee members. Today we have Todd James, Chair of the Edmonton Business Improvement Area Council and Executive Director of the Stony Plain Road and Area Business Association, who will be presenting on behalf of the BIA Council. Many members who are here today, either in person or have joined us virtually. As in previous years, the BIA associations have agreed to present collectively to committee, and we're grateful for their willingness to participate. Edmonton has 13 BIAs representing close to 5,000 businesses in Edmonton. BIAs bring many benefits to our community and our city-building economic development efforts. City administration continues to work closely with the BIAs, supporting them in various areas, such as governance, issues resolution, support in pathfinding through city administration, infrastructure needs, help for business members, marketing and communication, and financial aids. The BIA supports city building through hosting various events, beautifying their areas, and creating vibrant communities for their businesses, customers, neighbors, and visitors to our city. An environment of transparency, communication, and supportive action continues to strengthen our relationships with each of these key business districts. Before giving Todd and the BIA Council a chance to speak, I'd just like to offer thanks to everything all of these 13 BIA executive directors and their boards have done and continue to do in contribution towards building our city. Todd, over to you, please.
Do I need to press? Good morning, Mayor Sohi and councillors. I know you've had a really tough week, so it's always a pleasure to be able to have an opportunity to address the Executive Committee and other councillors. As Alyssa said, my name is Todd James, and I have the pleasure of being the chair of the BIA Council. I'm fairly new, newer than even the new councillors, so about 8 months. I'm also the executive director of the Stony Plain Road Business Association, and we always enjoy this opportunity to have dialogue a bit more formally with council. We represent approximately 5,000 bricks and mortar businesses throughout the city. It's probably the largest coalition of businesses in our city, so we're very happy to speak with you today. As you all know, we're governed under the Municipal Governance Act and created by city bylaws as arm-length committees of council. We are independent not-for-profits, and we work very closely with city administration. And today I'd like to highlight some of the partnerships that we have done in the past, and we hope to be able to nurture and grow over time to really support the aspirations of city plan and many of the other things. I want to underscore the importance of BIA regulation reform and to ensure both provincial and municipal legislation clearly communicates and fits within the modern roles of BIAs as place managers and community activators, and sets up our business districts for success. BIAs advocate on behalf of our members and their interests and also help them navigate regulations, permitting, and other things to support their businesses and allow them to thrive. We work hard at the intersection of economic development, community development, and tourism. Everything we do supports revitalization of our neighborhoods, the businesses, the workers, landowners, residents, and visitors to our city. We partner with this council and our city to accomplish district revitalization with the funds we collectively gather, approximately $3.3 million. We work with very limited resources in budget and staffing, and we have the ability to wear many hats and work on diverse and varied projects. All of our 13 BIAs, most of which are represented today, are unique, and our approaches to development and community are distinct and specific. We believe that this successful partnership with the city is vital for our shared vision of a stronger, resilient, and connected large and urban cluster of communities. You know, a city. We share a number of aspirations, and the City of Edmonton's investments in our city also supports the walkability, cleanliness, and safety of all Edmontonians. And this is true within our main streets and business improvement areas. We are an eager, proven, and supportive partner of the city in these areas. We are thrilled with many of the new partnerships and initiatives that the city has launched this year to support our placemaking efforts. I'd really like to thank James Robinson and his team in city operations for making this possible. With this program, many BIs have implemented painted crosswalks that celebrate the diversity of our city, wrapped electrical boxes, and other placemaking initiatives to ensure we make our spaces welcoming for all. Main streets amplify the good work of the municipality, and we want to acknowledge the openness of the branches of the city in which we work with, including city operations, as I just mentioned, urban planning and economy, community standards, and neighborhood and community services. As we partner with these government and industries to advocate, we work towards practical solutions to issues of houselessness and the opioid epidemic, while we are still supporting local businesses and marketing in our areas and main streets. Much of our collective work is amplified when we partner to find meaningful and impactful solutions to address these issues and recognize how we can build a stronger and more inclusive, prosperous city together within a strong economic lens. We would like to see greater localized economic work in the future and projects piloted within BIAs that directly drive our economic action plan to build main streets for all Edmontonians and their visitors to congregate, celebrate, and of course spend money. As Council is keenly aware, Edmonton is struggling with many issues that are exacerbated by intergenerational trauma, racism, poverty, bad drugs, and houselessness. These issues are impacting our businesses and affects how they can contribute to building our city. And this is impacted in every single one of our 13 BIAs. The negative impacts resonate to each and every one, and the scale is relative to the resources afforded each BIA. Businesses want to operate their businesses, and the obstacles to do this effectively are more than a lot for many of these, and it erodes the tremendous work that the city has done to build a business-friendly Edmonton. And my pages are stuck together, sorry. It's humid in here. Every morning, our business owners and staff, they go to work, they open up their businesses with the grit and tenacity that Edmonton is known for. We're here in front of you to speak for these hardworking innovators, these entrepreneurs, and these taxpayers. There has been targeted support and programs within some of our BIAs, and I would really like to acknowledge the efforts and support of our city manager, Andre Corbold, in responding and helping our BIAs navigate issues with resources and support to triage these issues. However, we need more than triaging. We need stronger, proactive initiatives if we truly desire to rebuild our city to align with the aspirations of city plan and district plans and urge systemic and equitable approaches to all of our 13 BIAs. While BIAs focus on vibrant economic growth and development, We see businesses faced with challenges around crime and social disorder in all of our main streets and districts. We know that much more work has been done through social agency work and through programming with Edmonton Police Services through teams such as their great acronyms, HSOC, HELP, and the BEATS teams. We recognize many of those are receiving outside funding from levels of government and the city. And we would like to see efforts made to maintain these supports. We encourage council and administration to continue to advocate for dollars at other levels of government as we continue to advocate for these supports for businesses to ensure areas remain able to allow businesses to flourish. Our city was navigating the realities of the pandemic, and the issues of social disorder are weighing significantly in every one of our BIAs. We need stronger, innovative partnership that is significantly more collaborative. Finally, I'd like to welcome you all to come and hang out, play in a BIA. I know many of you do already. Council has great power. They have the ability to set trends, influence people, and help us create a better city. And I want to thank you for your leadership.
No, thank you, and let me acknowledge the leadership of all of you for the work that you have been doing. The 13 BIAs are integral to everything that we do at a municipality here, from economic growth to social cohesion and building more fair and equitable city. And so the leadership that BIAs have been providing over the last number of years, and I would say decades, is absolutely important, and we want to acknowledge. So on behalf of committee, on behalf of council, please know that you have been phenomenal partners with us and our administration, and we value that, and 5,000 members that you represent drive economic growth, they drive prosperity, and they create jobs, and they create revenue for governments of every order. So very, very important role that you play, and we will continue to support you whichever way we can, and try to demonstrate that leadership. So thank you so much for your work. With that, I'm going to go to questions from council member, committee members, and council members. We'll start with Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much. Mr. James, I'm just wondering, I noticed that there's no BIAs sort of south of Old Strathcona. Is there any sort of challenges in the south that inhibit the formation of the BIAs?
You mean other than having great dynamic councillors representing those businesses?
Oh, you make me blush. Okay. Councillor
Wright, I know Councillor Tang and you have done some great work with Southwest Dining Week and things like that. As council may be aware, BIAs are formed at the request of businesses. So I do believe you asked a similar question before. I know you have BIA envy, but you can adopt any one of us. We would love to have you. That is work, I think, that we need perhaps some stronger strategic partnerships around that. That's us as a BIA council needs to do some better work at selling the benefits of cooperative area marketing and things like that. We've seen significant growth in the Southwest and the Southeast as well. And gosh darn it, I think BIAs are the cat's meow or some other technical term. And we would love to partner with economic forum or local economies on some things around that. I don't know if Councillor Wright, you or anyone else would be willing to hold an information night, and some of us could come out and drink really great Epcor water and talk to people about the benefits of city building.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, so there's no barriers, like it can't be in like a big box location? Like, there's no restrictions like that, is there?
You know, it's about a geographic area. Ms. La Liberté might be able to comment on that as well. Many of our BIAs include malls or shopping areas. Certainly, we all like walkability, and we all like connected communities.
To add to what Todd had been saying is one of the things that the way BIAs are structured, geographic area, businesses to be included, it's really up to the business community to mobilize, to put those boundaries in place, and then we can move forward on, they can move forward on getting the process in place to officially become a BIA under the MGA.
And they would connect with who if they wanted to develop something?
That's a great question. Charles, are you on the line?
I think they would reach out to the city of Edmonton, and then there is a process that is initiated around that. Oh, here's Mr. Charles Gordon, expert on BIA.
Hi, Councillor. Yeah, if a group wanted to set up a BIA, they could reach out to me, and I can help them with navigating that process. But it is clearly identified in our policy and regulation.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being here today. I would echo Mayor Sohi's gratitude for all the work you do in our city to improve the vibrancy of all of our business improvement areas. So maybe just one question that I have. I appreciate you mentioning the various social issues and really systemic issues that we're facing around houselessness, opioid crisis, mental health crisis, poverty. And we often talk about the social consequences of those issues. We talk about the economic consequences as they relate to usually healthcare system, justice system, and emergency services. But I'm wondering, can you speak about the consequences just at the everyday functioning of the businesses in our BIAs? And opportunities for joint advocacy is where I'd like to go with that.
Yeah, I knew Councillor Salvador, you'd ask the tough question, but you know, Councillor Jans is also on the list too. So everyone in this room recognizes and understands how complex those issues are and how it's taken time to get to where we are. And there is no silver bullet. There is no pill that we can take. I think the BIAs collectively have been strong advocates for housing and support for a number of years. Housing just isn't it by itself. We need wraparound supports for individuals. So an independent business may come in the morning, they might find their window broken, they might find graffiti on their building, they might find an individual who's set up an encampment in their back parking lot or sleep on their steps. These people are here to run businesses. They're not emergency first responders, they're not social workers. And it's significant. The emotional toll on a lot of our businesses is extreme. And, you know, I represent an area, as do all of my colleagues, where there are a lot of small businesses, mom businesses, that have been there for a long time. And they were sold a dream. They were sold that you buy a business, you open a business, you work hard, and you have a legacy, you have a nest egg for your children. That is no longer true. We've seen significant negative impacts from the COVID crisis and many of the other social disorder and houselessness, the opioid crisis and other things. I know you all have great compassion and empathy around it, as do many of our businesses. Many of our businesses provide free food, provide services, navigate washrooms, navigate other help. Some of our businesses in some of our districts have staff that are poorly equipped. They're often frontline workers making minimum wage or a bit better, who may be new to Canada, hard to navigate those systems, and some of them have filed WCB claims because someone almost died or someone did die in their restaurant. And I'm not trying to be dramatic, that's what it is. I think there are some efforts. I think we've seen great work being done at HELP through the Edmonton Police Service, and but that's one-on-one. That's not larger groups of people. And I think we always talk about wanting to be data-driven because it sounds fancy, like Dr. Spock on Star Trek or others. It takes a lot of time to get to that data and to then humanize it. So I think we are looking for collaborative efforts. I think we have a great partner with the Government of Canada. I heard Mayor Sohi may have some experience in that area too. And it's partnerships with small communities. BIAs are about localized economy. So we look at it at a really ground level. So a lot of the time is, I can tell you in my BIA, public washrooms were great. The mobile public washrooms that were installed by the City of Edmonton were amazing. I saw in the first 3 months that mobile public washroom was installed, our reports of public defecation and urination dropped threefold. We were seeing reports of under 10 per month. And it also allowed a lot of our businesses to say, oh, this small initiative that isn't cheap, but that's out there, that pushes dignity for everyone, is the pathway we should follow. And I think it's the same for hygiene hubs throughout our city. And unfortunately, that's, some trailers, that's some staff, that's a fair bit of money in a tight economy. But it's also about dignity, because I think if we provide hygiene hubs as an example, you're going to see people increase their sleep hygiene. You're going to see less clothing tossed around. You're going to see less angry people, because I don't know about any of you, but there have been points in my life where I needed a shower, even just to maybe cry for a couple of minutes because life was hard. I think we all need that.
Yeah, thank you for that, and your passion and the commitment that businesses have and the compassion that business show. But it's absolutely hard on business, and we understand that. Thank you so much for highlighting that. Councillor Jans.
Thank you so much. I want to just pivot off those remarks, but first of all, just by show of hands, how many BIAs or BIA staff are here today? Oh wow, excellent. Yeah. So 2 full rows for Councillor Stevenson, who can't see from afar online. But yeah, just wanted to really express our sincere appreciation for all of the work that you do and the engagement throughout the year and all of the fantastic outcomes that are listed in your report. I guess I want to turn the table and ask for your help. We have a new provincial government. We have, we're doing our best to make inroads. We've got a couple of cabinet ministers in the Edmonton area, but for some reason, sometimes I find our requests they gain traction, but they gain slow traction. And I was wondering, how comfortable would the BIAs or the BIA Council be with sharing some of these fantastic stories with the ministers? Would you be okay sharing these reports to the Premier and to Cabinet? And maybe we could request, I know the Minister came and did a walk around in Chinatown yesterday, but can we work out together and reach out to the Premier and Cabinet and invite them to come on some of these BIA talks and walks to, I don't think the Minister has ever come to the scene West Ritchie where they're proposing to put a safe consumption site. I don't know that there seems to be sometimes a disconnect from Cabinet to corner. Is this too far for you? Is this out of your comfort zone, or is this something that the BIAs would be willing to do?
I think we deeply value the partnership that we have with all levels of government, Councillor Jans, and we would be quite happy to advocate for all of our citizens.
That's excellent. Yeah, would love to. Maybe we can coordinate something together because I think that's excellent. I was wondering, I'm working with a few businesses in my area to actually quantify the cost of social disorder around particular increased security costs, increased insurance costs, increased pieces. I know that you often survey your membership. Is it possible, or would your members be willing to share some of those sort of like our insurance costs 5 years ago were X, now our 5 years later are Y, kind of to help us ballpark? Because I can share these stories about broken windows and that, but sometimes showing that there's like a material downloading of disorder that has a real monetary cost. Could we look at that too?
I think certainly. I think if you look at the work of the Downtown Vibrancy Task Force or the grant programs that are available for core downtown, North Edge, there are stats that the city has, and certainly I think as an organization that embraces data-driven results, I think local economies and some other branches would probably be really well positioned to help facilitate some of that. I know currently there's some work being done on a business survey, specifically in Ward O'Damon. That is putting people out on the streets to survey other people.
Right, yep.
I think extrapolating some of that data would be probably quite incredibly useful.
Yeah, I was talking to one business owner who was worried they can't get insurance anymore for their business because they've had so many fires in the alleyway out back, and that they're worried that that's with all the frequency of break-ins and everything else, and by no fault of their own, that this is jeopardizing their ability to serve the public and engage. So yeah, this is fantastic. Just wanted to express gratitude again, and certainly we'll be in touch and look forward to how we can all collaborate from council and you together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jens, and BIAs have been very helpful in past advocacy efforts to the province, and we appreciate that. Just a few questions on high level. Moving forward, looking into the future, there has been some programs in the past that helped BIAs get through some of the difficult time during COVID. What is some of the other areas that you think council can support you in any way, like other than the bigger social issues that are very complex problem that we're working on, and hopefully have a better response from the new provincial government. We'll see that. And but aside from those big social issues, what are the other areas that you think we can be helpful?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, for that question. Well, certainly I would be remiss if on behalf of the BIA Council, I didn't thank Council last year when you did some extraordinary things and you covered 50% of the BIA levy, and the year before that, 100%. So now we're back into real things, and I think it's also about how we sell our city. Recently, we had a great exchange with the leadership of Explore Edmonton around how we can market and celebrate the uniqueness of at least our 13 different BIAs in the city and some other opportunities. I think we see a movement within economic tourism that's a bit different. We've seen it at the provincial level with Alberta Tourism. We're seeing it a real shift in Explore Edmonton to highlight the uniqueness of our city for some of our best customers, which are Edmontonians, which are people that live throughout Alberta, especially northern Alberta, Saskatchewan, even Manitoba. It's a long car ride, but it's fun. So I think some things around that, around how we sell our city to ourselves. Edmontonians are primary Canadians, so we're bashful, we're shy, we don't, a recent survey showed that people who visited Edmonton from away raved about our city, raved about the culinary experiences, the shopping experiences, the uniqueness, the grit, the tenacity that I talked about earlier. When surveyed Edmontonians, they were like, yeah, we're okay. So, I think it's a time where we should look at being proud in our city. And I think that resonates in other areas. That resonates in show pride in your city, keep it clean, don't litter, pick up trash. These are simple things, and maybe they're small town things, but Edmonton is a whole lot of small towns. So those are simple things. I think we can also look at how we can highlight. We had a discussion this week with Ms. La Liberté and her Mr. Mansfield and Mr. Gordon, where we talked about some things. Often, our city, and I don't know if it's because a majority of the people come to Edmonton Tower, but a lot of the test pilot and the cute little things that are being done downtown. They're being done actually between 101 Street and probably 106th Street. We need a better understanding, and whether that's through civic events or that's through local economy, we need to work differently to understand the assets in an asset-based way throughout our city to identify those things. So when we have a new tech hub that might be coming, the city of Edmonton can say, oh, we could situate you in this neighborhood. We could situate you in Beverly. They don't burn coal anymore. They don't even mine it, so it's great now. Beverly's always been great, though. Watching the ice crack with my colleagues behind me. So those are other things too. Look at situating things. City plan talks about small communities and being able to look at those nodes and corridors. The way people work is different. People don't all, even the city of Edmonton is a leader. Only a certain number of days per week do you need to be on site, in place. We need your partnership and openness around that.
And those conversations with the administration are productive and ongoing, right? And, yep.
They are ongoing.
Yeah.
I think they are very open to things. Okay. I think administration does a tremendous good job with the resources they're allocated.
Okay, good. Thank you, and that's good to know. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, and thank you for that excellent report, Mr. James, and from your colleagues as well. I may have missed it in your statement, but I recall at the introduction you mentioned that some potential regulatory changes, and I don't know if you had further comment on what potential regulatory changes may be.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. It's really wonderful to hear your voice. It resonates quite well in this room. I think I might ask for the support of Mr. Gordon on this, or Ms. La Liberté. As you know, Calgary and Edmonton have raised some issues that they would like re-examined within the Municipal Governance Act, including how business owners and property owners may be considered as part of that, and looking at the tax levy base a bit differently. Certainly, I would say within our BIAs, access to information is essential. I think each of our BIAs spends a bit of time ensuring that we have the correct data. I think the work that taxation provides us is getting better, but there are still some issues around FOIP and information sharing. That leads to practical things like, oh, there's a problem commercial property within our BIA, or there's an abandoned or derelict commercial building within our BIA. those are like, you got a pretty smile, but one of your teeth might be a bit bad. That affects property values, that affects how people perceive safety and security. And that is an issue that we would very much like explored in conversations with administration. That may not be just through the Municipal Governance Act. That may also be through some things around FOIP and how we might be able to get around some of that legislation.
Oh, that's really helpful. So, if and I'm only sort of tangentially aware of those conversations around uh, that Edmonton and Calgary are having, but it looks, if I understand it correctly, that that's looking for enhanced powers under the MGA. Am I understanding that correctly?
My understanding, Councillor Hamilton, is it's looking for the option to not tax the business, not put the BIA levy towards just the business owner, but give the option to also include the building owner. And so it would be putting the option in the MGA regulation for the BIAs. But I will say that the business improvement area regulation under the provincial MGA, it is set for review by the province in June of 2024. We also recognize that our own bylaw here at the city is probably due for a modernization. And so knowing that this is on the horizon, this is why these types of conversations with our BIAs are so timely, so that we are looking at what is needing some improvement, and we can bring that feedback back into those conversations at the right time to make the improvements that are necessary for our city and for our BIAs.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, that's a perfect place for me to pick up. Actually, first I'll just say, you know, thank you so much to all the great work that the BIs do. I'm fortunate to have 5.5 in Ward O'Damon and get to see firsthand the great impact that you have in our communities. So just on to the regulatory changes in terms of allowing the levy to be applied to landowners as well. I understand that Calgary's administration has taken a strong advocacy stance on that, and I was wondering if that is the direction that the City of Edmonton will be taking as well.
I think Calgary's initial approach was to take a strong advocacy stance related to changes to an IT system that they were looking to implement. They are still, it's not as strong as what I would say as it was when they initially came out. And here in Edmonton, I think there's still work to be done to resolve what the approach will look like and what is in the best interests of BIAs, business owners, and the economic growth and city building efforts in the city. So we haven't landed on what that approach will look like, and so there's more work to be done in that space.
Yeah, and I appreciate those tensions with the landowners and the commercial property owners, and their, I would assume, hesitancy around that. Recognizing that this is an active piece of legislation that's being reviewed, I'm just wondering what those timelines are for the city to land on a position, just recognizing it's, you know, I think some clear and consistent advocacy around that will be fairly critical.
Hi, Councillor. In terms of a timeline, I think we would need maybe some input from our colleagues in assessment and taxation just on where we are currently situated and where Calgary's approach lies.
Okay, great. Well, that's maybe something we can follow up on offline, but certainly something of great interest to me and the BIAs that I've spoken to as well. You know, something that I've heard as being such a huge success has been our infrastructure liaison, and I think the only negative feedback I've had is that there's just not enough of him. Just wondering if there's any conversations with administration in terms of expanding the administrative support for BIAs, and whether we've ever explored potentially funding those positions through a levy that's shared across the BIAs.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I will turn it over to Bart or James to speak specifically about the infrastructure resources.
I'm happy to take that question. Yeah, I serve as infrastructure specialist working specifically with the 13 BIAs. And thanks to council support through the last budget, the downtown vibrancy service package is funding an additional position that we're bringing on. And there's a further position being funded by Parks and Roads. So we're going from a team of 1 to 3 to support our BIAs on everything infrastructure related. Hope that helps, Councillor.
That's wonderful news. Great to hear, and I think that will be welcome news for many. And again, you've been doing great work, and I've heard great feedback, and really excited to see the capacity of the team expand. Maybe going now to Mr. James, just maybe going back to this question of how the city can best support the BIAs. So I think there's administrative support. I understand there's about a dozen grants that are available to BIAs and individual businesses as well. Just wondering if you have any general feedback, and sorry, I've only got a minute left, but some general feedback about the type of economic supports and incentives that are being provided to businesses, if those are hitting the mark, or what else we may need to consider moving forward.
I think that question requires a lot more time than 1 minute, Councillor Stevenson. I think we saw a significant shift in approach and ideology during COVID, and specifically examples like the patio program and how city operations was able to pivot quite quickly. I think the downside of when you do really great work is people expect you to do great work all of the time. I think I would hope that there is space and capacity to have a fulsome review of how we look at localized economic development. I think our economic action plan is a pretty broad, overarching roadmap around that work. I think we need to look at perhaps some more specialized work. I think, we've had success and less success in some programs like the storefront improvement, and that program, the staff person who facilitates that is doing some innovative things to reach out differently. Some of the issues is that a lot of these programs are matching grants, and businesses don't have that spare bit of $25,000 to match to something else right now. And so I think sometimes those inputs are different. I think the capacity is there in different ways. And maybe there needs to be a review of who that hits. Are they targeted for mid-sized businesses? Are they targeted for smaller businesses? We know that the majority of our businesses in Edmonton are small businesses with employees under 20, under 5 in many of them. And maybe we need to look at that differently. I think of programs like... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just over time, but want to say thank you for that insight around the matching grants, and appreciate the thought. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, I think, and you made reference to this in your presentation about having equity considerations, because not every business is equal. There are businesses that struggle more, and there are businesses in certain areas struggle more, right? So how do you apply that equity lens? Because matching funds put everyone in that big lump together, right? So the capacity of certain business may not be there.
Well, certainly equity isn't addressed in a matching grant. It clearly articulates the difference of those who have and those who do not have. I think all levels of government have the ability through grant programs to clearly articulate their vision of their constituency or their city, in this example, and can put funds there. We've seen some of that temporary funding illustrated through the Safety and Well-Being Program in the last year. We've seen a lot more equity-seeking groups provide some meaningful support around that. So I'm a big fan of like prototyping or test piloting, but at a certain point, I'm not going to be that if we're not moving forward. Perhaps in BIAs, and I think there are a number in our city that would be excellent ecosystems to test pilot some programs. I think of areas like Crossroads, I think of Beverly, I think of Alberta Avenue, just to name a few, where we could look at that. Because if a business, and we've seen this, businesses are often that nuclei of a community. If there's a convenience store, or if there's a coffee shop, or if there's some type of gathering space where people feel welcome, as you said, Mayor Sohi, welcoming and warm in a winter city, if we have that idea, then we can look at that. I am struggling a little bit, but there is a program that used to happen within the city that's outside of BIAs for strip malls and things like that that have had some significant success. I look at the lighting project in Highlands, which is outside of a BIA. I look at the work that was done in South Edmonton, in that old strip mall, I think in Lendrum.
Yeah. I know which program you're talking about, but the name is not coming. I know which one you're talking about.
We're sharing that.
Yeah. We're old.
It's Corner Store program.
Corner store program. I say we are old. I am old. Sorry, I take that back.
You're only as old as you tell people, Mayor Sohi.
Okay, cool. No, thank you. I think maybe you can have that conversation with the administration on equity issues, right? And we can follow up offline, because I'm raising this because this issue did come up with some of the conversation that I had with business leaders on different issues, right? And how like having unique programs designed in a way that their application is equitable, right? Not uniform, because sometimes not often happens that not everyone has the capacity to match. Okay, cool. All right, so that concludes the questions to you, and maybe because you have a number of people with you that we may not know who they are, can we just take the opportunity if you could introduce yourself at the back? If you stand up from this side, if you're part of the BIA, stand up from this side, say your name, which BIA you're part of, so we know who you are. I know it doesn't help with people who are joining virtually, but at least we get to see and know you. So maybe start on this side, yeah.
Well, hello, my name is Alex Foster. I'm the Executive Director of the Beverly Business Association.
I'll say Alex from Beverly BIA, okay?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Estrada. I'm the Executive Director of Alberta Avenue Business Association.
Eric from Alberta Avenue, okay?
Good morning. Lorraine Viergo from the North Edge Business Association.
Lorraine from North Edge, okay?
Sheree Clausen, the Executive Director of the Old Strathcona Business Association.
Okay, Sherry from Old Strathcona Business Association.
Hello, Sarah Proudlaw. I'm the Interim Executive Director for 124th Street, sitting in for Lou.
All right, Sarah, interim folks from, what is the title, sorry?
Interim Executive Director.
Oh, interim EIA from 124th Street, right? Okay, got it.
Alan Schmidt, Executive Director of the Northwest Industrial Business Association.
Yeah, Alan from Northwest Industrial Business Association.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jamie Haber, the Executive Director with the Crossroads Business Improvement Area.
And Jamie from Crossroads.
Good morning, Lou, all from Chinatown.
And Lou from Chinatown, right? Okay, yeah, good. All right, cool. Here we go. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your work. And please keep it up and stay engaged with the administration and stay engaged with your ward councillors and your mayor's office. Right. Cool. All right, so Councillor Jans, you exempted this, right?
I did. I'll move the recommendation.
Okay.
Receipt of information, I believe, right?
Okay, please. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Right, it is carried. Our next item is the Indigenous Memorandum of Understanding, Rossdale update. Okay. I will go to administration for a presentation or opening remarks, then we'll go to our speakers.
Good morning, Executive Committee and members of Council. I'm Bart Jiraki, I'm the Branch Manager of Real Estate, and I'm here with the team leading work on Indigenous involvement in river crossing implementation. Sitting with me today are Jamie Miller, Indigenous Relations Senior Executive Advisor, Avril McCalla, the River Crossing Project Lead, and with us too is Elliot Young, the Director of Engagement with Pipiguan, who is a member of our consulting team. In addition to the formal project team, guidance into this work has been provided by ELT and a network of subject matter experts across the organization. Both are roles we expect to continue as this project advances. Next slide, please. So we are here today to provide an update on administration's efforts to respond to the motion reflected on this slide. I'll give you a little time to read it over again, which was passed at the August 16th, 2022 City Council meeting. I'll ask Avril McCalla to take us through the current project status.
Thanks, Bart. We'll start today with a response to part 2 of the motion related to development in locations of significance, provide an overview of river crossing, and then provide an update on administration's work to respond to part 1 of the motion related to Indigenous involvement in implementation of river crossing, including an overview of some of what we have heard so far in our engagement and our next steps. Jurisdictional responsibility for development and land uses on locations of special significance is divided between the city and Alberta culture. Provincially, this is guided by the Historical Resources Act. Municipally, city regulatory processes guiding development apply formal processes for historical consideration in certain locations. In the River Valley or river crossing context, the Fort Edmonton Cemetery and Traditional Burial Grounds is also regulated by the Cemeteries Act, which is within Service Alberta's jurisdiction. When land has known or anticipated historical significance, a statement of justification under the Historical Resources Act is required. In response, the province has the authority to provide clearance to allow development to advance. They may trigger additional explorations or conditions the minister considers appropriate, or they may trigger a formal duty to consult requirement, and where appropriate may require accommodations where it's determined that decisions or developments may adversely impact nations' continued exercise of constitutionally protected treaty and Indigenous rights. These rights are held in collective by nations and constitutionally protected under Section 35. When a duty to consult is triggered, the city or other project proponent would be required to consult directly with specific nations or Métis communities as identified by Alberta culture. The city would only allow development to advance if and when clearance is provided by the provincial government. If any archaeological, historic period, or paleontological resources are encountered during construction, the findings must be reported to Alberta culture, the desired outcome being the preservation, conservation, and integration of cultural, historical, and/or archaeological resources. The Ross Flats, where river crossing is located, has layers of history and cultural significance for Indigenous peoples. Dating back thousands of years, this is a site of Indigenous trade, use, and occupation, and after contact was an active site during the fur trade. It is also the location of the Fort Edmonton Cemetery and Traditional Burial Grounds, as I referenced on the previous slide. As a result, the area includes identified and formally designated historic sites and a protected cemetery, which means that essentially every project will require an archaeological assessment and submission to the provincial government for review and approval. Reflected on this, next slide, sorry. Thank you. Back one, please. Reflected on this slide, thank you, are some key milestones in the land use planning process that led to the river crossing plan. This timeline is also included in attachment 1 of the council report. Here I want to mention a few themes that come to the surface. First, the complexity and layered history of this land has contributed to land use planning exercises spanning decades. Second, starts and stops over the years have contributed to learnings, but have also impacted the city's ability to advance projects in the area. A continuation of this pattern will contribute to an inability to create meaningful spaces and will impact the cultural and economic opportunities the plan presents for our downtown, city, and broader region. And third, community and Indigenous advocacy and engagement has had a significant influence on the path traveled. Learning from this, it is essential to advance dialogue with Indigenous communities with historic connections to this land early, often, and ongoing over the span of implementation. Indigenous involvement in the implementation of river crossing will be central to its success. As we look to implement river crossing, the city has a very important leadership role to play. It also has an important role in terms of infrastructure investment. Administration is working to create an environment of collaboration and strategic advancement, but it will be important for the city to be able to demonstrate meaningful steps forward in order to successfully advance the overall plan. Thanks. Today, river crossing is a council-approved community redevelopment that has been identified as a priority growth area in the city plan, which is a reflection of its ability to contribute to the city plan goals. It also presents a meaningful opportunity to support reconciliation as projects are planned and delivered. The plan calls for redevelopment opportunities. It also envisions the creation of new world-class public and cultural spaces that will provide opportunities for gathering in this part of the city that reflect the history of the land itself in the interpretive park, Touch the Water Promenade, and the reuse of the Rossdale Power Plant. All of these interconnected projects will be enabled through a redesigned transportation network, enhanced servicing, and potential for a district energy. Administration initiated implementation following Council's approval of the plan in 2019. However, the decision was made to pause project work in river crossing wherever possible as steps are taken to respond to this motion. This means that projects including the interpretive park and river crossing redevelopment, which includes the required servicing and transportation network updates, are not advancing at this time, though they are funded. I'll now turn it over to Jamie for the next part of the presentation.
Thank you, Avril, and good morning, Executive Committee. Just to build off of the timeline that Avril shared with us, that brings us back to Council's motion from last summer in our update. As was stated in the Council report today, administration is not currently proposing a governance structure for river crossing. Rather, we have spent our time working closely with our consultant, Pipiguan Pitaguan, to discuss engagement approach and strategy, and to have some initial exploratory discussions with the city's MOU partners, the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations and Enoch Cree Nation. Based on discussions thus far, administration believes an approach that enables the involvement of Indigenous peoples through meaningful, flexible, and ongoing dialogues in relation to river crossing overall, in addition to project-based engagement, is likely to be impactful. We also understand that on any of these projects within the scope of river crossing, there could be a duty to consult triggered, which again is a regulatory process that the City of Edmonton must abide by. In addition to the enhanced information sharing and input opportunities over time, an approach that includes these features is likely to create opportunities to work together on various components of the overall vision that may not have otherwise been realized. Next slide, please. Consistent with the city's approach to Indigenous engagement in the River Valley and Rossdale, the project team is taking what I would call an initial respectful, rights-based approach to this work. The City of Edmonton has a history of engagement and consultation with over 31 First Nations and Métis communities, an extremely broad and extensive engagement and consultation practice based on our experience of the duty to consult and input and advice from our MOU partners. This means engaging those nations and communities with historical and cultural connections to this territory. And again, over time, it represents those nations and communities that have been identified through duty to consult processes. The project team has initiated dialogue about this motion, again, with the Confederacy and Enoch Cree Nation. We're also currently reaching out to the Métis Nation of Alberta. The hope is that through these initial dialogues, and I stress that these are initial dialogues that we're having, we could begin to gain a sense of what type of opportunities exist to work together and what types of approaches might be considered as a respectful way to advance engagement on this process. In addition to rights-based engagement, the project team is also actively exploring strategy and approaches towards ensuring that urban Indigenous peoples with ancestral connections are also engaged in river crossing work. And I want to give my thanks to Elliot Young and the team from Pipiguan Pitaguan who are helping us with our strategy and our processes. Next slide, please. An overview of some of the themes and perspectives that have been shared with us so far during engagement with our MOU partners are reflected on this slide. We have heard things like that we need to ensure that there are opportunities for the nations to have direct input and cross-generational input. So for example, in our discussions with Enoch Cree Nation, there was certainly an interest in having their elders and youth from Enoch Cree Nation involved in this process, and also to make sure that we're reporting back to the chiefs and councils and leadership from First Nations on this project. There was a strong sense that there are multiple nations that claim this area as their traditional territories, and we understand that as the City of Edmonton, that it is a site of multiple traditional territories for First Nations and Métis communities, and we're striving to respect that in our approaches. Exploring opportunities for Indigenous involvement in all components of implementation of river crossing, I think, will be a key component to the approach here. We've also heard a lot of interest from our MOU partners and others in what the future of Rossdale looks like and how they can play a role in the future development of Rossdale as well. I'll now pass it back to Bart. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. So as discussed, administration's work to respond to Part 1 of Council's 2022 motion is not yet complete. Over the coming months, the project team will continue to advance engagement with nations and Indigenous peoples with historic connections to the Ross Flats. The intention is to advance this through a series of workshops to gain additional insights into how different communities envision being involved. Administration anticipates a next council touchpoint following this engagement by Q1 of 2024. Pending the outcome of that, administration's intention would be to reinitiate the implementation of river crossing in 2024, which would include co-design of the interpretive park and the advancement of planning and design of the river crossing community redevelopment project. In addition, our 2024 work plan includes conversations with Council regarding Rossdale Power Plant reuse and capital funding, as well as various municipal heritage designations. The connection to the river valley, the history, the proximity to downtown, and the landmarks that already exist within river crossing make it the most unique redevelopment and development opportunity within Edmonton. There is nothing else like it. The balance of the redevelopment and the public space improvements proposed in the plan will support our ability to achieve city plan goals around density, sustainability, and mobility, and it will respect and leverage historical connections to this land. It will create meaningful economic opportunities for our city and region. River crossing is all about creating opportunities to communicate the history of this land and create spaces to celebrate it and learn from this place that was such an important gathering place for thousands of years. The incremental steps we are taking now are foundational to ensure that there are opportunities for Indigenous involvement in how implementation happens. We thank you very much for your time and are happy to answer any questions after the speakers.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and nice to see Elliot. Okay. No, good. Okay, we'll go to our speakers, then we'll come back to administration after that. I'll call the names now to see if all three speakers are present. This is on item 7.2, Indigenous Memorandum of Understanding, Rossdale update. Stephen Bentley, Edmonton Stragglers. Are you there, Stephen? In person
Yes,
or virtually?
Yes, I'm virtually present.
Okay. And Gerald Delorum?
Yes, I'm here virtually.
Okay. And Christine Kowalchuk?
Yes, I'm here as well. Good morning.
Okay. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations. Then after that, committee members and council members may have questions of you. We will start with Stephen.
Good day, one and all. My main mission here today is just to bring awareness to the fact that due to the actions of Indian Affairs, there was a band of Indians in the Edmonton area that were essentially not recognized by the federal government, and other chiefs from other areas were installed in this area. And during the rebellion times of 1885, our people were put out wholesale as Métis or half-breed peoples and left to their own defenses. Recently, though, there's been a major change in the fact that we've been able to re-establish the ban, and the government has recognized our status. And so up till this point, many times when we have tried to engage, we have not been allowed to be in the process because of the fact that we were not recognized treaty status Indians. And this has caused a lot of problems, because much of what we have documented history with our people who actually lay in these graves and who were involved in much of the early, very early, shall we say, laying down foundations of the Edmonton area were contributed largely by our people. Many of them served as what were called the chiefs of the Edmonton House Cree early on, and are not recognized now with latter chiefs such as Lapatat or other chiefs that were accepted at treaty time, our people having been deceased and kind of in the nature that evolved into other leaders that were recognized by the fort personnel. And so this was a large part of how our people were sort of glossed over and left out of it. We are recognized by a term called the Edmonton Stragglers, which is a derogatory term that meant that we were not from this area, that we should go home to our treaty area, even though Treaty 6 states implicitly that not only the Plains and Wood Cree tribes of Indians were availed treaty in this area, but all other the Indians resident upon it. And this is some of the basis for how they were able to not recognize our rights. And at this point, we are just trying to make our presence known. It's been a long road to get this far, and we really desire to be involved in the process because of the very fact that we have many ancestors buried in these spaces that are intended to be developed. And I'll just leave it at that. There's more, but it appears that there will be an extended consultation period on this that we could be involved in, and that would certainly help our cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us, Stephen. Really appreciate it. Next, we'll go to Gerald Delorme.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you. You talked about the history of the Chinese for over 100 years. Well, the city has a legacy, and I've been following this for quite a while now, of also a legacy of desecrating our historical graves for well over 100 years. Since 1908 at least, I can go down a list: 1943, 1957, 1966, 1967 twice, 1976, 1981, 2008, 2016. Yet I've been representing the Edmonton stragglers and their interests for over 20 years and being an advocate for my ancestors' grave sites within the city of Edmonton. I've been overlooked many, many times due to the fact of this racism. Now, which Stephen has spoken up for our Edmonton stragglers, I am now a treaty status Indian, which I had to go through genocide in order to get it. I'm a 60 scoop survivor, so I know what genocide's all about. I see and I've also been employed with the city for 34 years and try to educate the people within inside of how detrimental this has been. The traditional burial ground was fought by two people. And I also know that the extent of that size, that burial ground, it's not what is designated. It's much, much, much larger. In 2008, I asked the city to get that area recognized as a historical site. That was overlooked. And I asked Don Iverson at that time, I said, I waited 3 years for an answer, and I'm still waiting for that answer of why it has never been done. Prior to that, in 1888, there was a law protecting Indian graves in Canada. That law changed in 1951 without any progress of how that law was changed. I had a lawyer looking into it, and that law still, even though it's not on the books, it's still valid because it wasn't changed properly. In 2014, I had in it, like a committee today, in an executive committee, I outlined our sacred site using international law. And one of the bit of the international law says, in binding international conventions, non-binding declarations and guidelines, international law recognizes the rights of Indigenous people to the protection and the access to their sacred sites. Implicit in each of these definitions is the acknowledgement that a corporation or state cannot unilaterally define an Indigenous community sacred site. So that was placed in 2014 in City Council. Doing some more research, finding out that the core of the City of Edmonton sits on 3,000 acres of Hudson Bay Company Reserve. An 1857 report stated that the Hudson's Bay Company never owned 1 inch of soil. So, and understanding that and knowing the dynamics of exactly what's going on here, it's frustrating to see us being left out and all the processes here, and yet I stood fast of what the truth is. I've always brought the truth forward, and I'll stand by the truth. And it only takes a while. The truth has a way of showing itself. You know, and knowing that, talking to my co-workers, holding skulls of my ancestors in their hands and getting kicked back into the ditches that they worked on in Rossdale. Sad. And yet, listening to this implementation of this new plan, it really, a lot is left out. These reports have been neutered. And I've read a lot of reports where they've been neutered, and it's, you know, to get what the city wants. When this first was implemented in 2004, they were forced, that implementation of that bylaw was forced onto us, and it changed. We didn't agree to it. This is where this racism starts and how it's being forced upon us. If I would have known what I know today back then, things would have been probably a lot different. But like Steve said, we are now recognized as Edmonton stragglers, and we should be involved in all this. Plus, we had the opportunity to have this as a historical sacred site, which it should be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gerald. Next, we'll go to Christine Kowalchuk.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. And I'd just like to acknowledge and thank Stephen and Gerald for speaking before me. The Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition would like to remind the city of the need to prioritize right relationships with the land and Indigenous communities in all Rossdale planning. The North Saskatchewan River Valley is a regionally significant wildlife corridor, and the river literally gives life to all the beings who live within its watershed. The Rossdale area is furthermore a floodplain, and the provincial policy document Stepping Back from the Water makes clear that floodplains should be protected and restored for nature. The city has a responsibility to approach the river and the entire river valley with a mindset of respect, humility, and reciprocity, and to protect and restore this floodplain. We've heard some people claim that the Central River Valley is already disrupted and developed, and so further concrete and development can do no harm. This is harmful thinking. The entire length of the river and the wildlife corridor from the Rockies to Hudson's Bay are only as strong as their weakest link. And we have heard that right now the weakest link might be Rossdale. This is ironic, considering it is the crossroads of so many peoples and a center of the deep, rich history of many Indigenous nations, as well as the birthplace of this city. The damage that has been done in Rossdale is not an excuse for more damage. Instead, it means this area is in particular need of our care and attention. As Anishinaabe writer Leanne Simpson states, when you see the land as your mother, you do not look away when your mother is beaten and bruised. Instead, you turn toward her to take care of her and enable her healing. This is what is needed in Rossdale. Cities around the world are restoring and rewilding their rivers, river valleys, and floodplains. Edmonton has an incredible opportunity to do the same in Rossdale, to demonstrate that our city understands the importance of rivers, wildlife corridors, and biodiversity to the health and well-being of people. Edmonton has also stated it is committed to reconciliation, and this is a major opportunity for that too. Will this project actually recognize those opportunities? We're concerned that today's report states that river crossing implementation will advance, but that Indigenous involvement will inform how. In other words, there will be no opportunity for Indigenous communities to say no to the project. How does this approach align with the city's Indigenous framework, which claims that it commits to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, including the right to free, prior, and informed consent on issues that affect them and their traditional lands? Unless the assumption that the project will necessarily proceed is removed, the engagement is meaningless, and the city loses credibility in following its own Indigenous framework. Our river valley is a unique gift. No other city has such a wildlife corridor running through its heart. We urge you to begin planning for this area with genuine Indigenous consultation that includes the possibility of protecting and healing this area through Indigenous-led conservation, enabling Indigenous wisdom and knowledge to be the foundation of decision-making on this land, and by creating Indigenous employment in planning, monitoring, enforcement, and stewardship. Such an approach would best serve all Edmontonians too, by learning from Indigenous wisdom and knowledge, protecting nature in the floodplain, allowing development to focus on Blatchford, the quarters, and the stadium grounds, and avoiding competition with the revitalization of downtown. Let Rossdale serve everyone by beginning with Indigenous consultation that's actually meaningful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christine. So that concludes the presentation from members of the public. At this time, questions from committee members and council members to members of the public. Maybe I'll start. I'll start with Stephen Bentley. Just want to understand more, Stephen, about the federal recognition of your status, right? And can you speak more to that?
Okay, so the way that the process worked was many of the personnel who were that served as servants or worked for the fort were excluded from treaty at the time because it was considered, I guess, that Indians were hunters. They were not employed. They did not have a profession or a job. And so this excluded them, typically males, from being involved in the treaty process. And so what happened was their wives were allowed to go into treaty being, I guess, out of sympathy or something. This created a situation where a number of the, quote, hang around the fort Indians who were resident in that area, under the strict guidelines of treaty that came afterwards, required that all treaty people had to live on a reserve. And so when this happened, then there was some organization under a couple of chiefs, one of them being Papa Steo, another one being Tommy, whereby organized some of the Indians in an attempt to have them removed from the Edmonton area. They wanted them as far as 20 miles away. And when these Indians wouldn't agree to that, what happened was during the rebellion of 1885, for 2 years, well, actually from 1880 to 1886, the Edmonton Stragglers band list was used as a way, having no chief or council to protect the Indians, as a way to force our people out of treaty and therefore not be recognized and left more or less to our own defenses.
So is that status now stored by the federal government?
It was during this S3 program, the women were recognized. These women that couldn't pass their status on to their children were recognized. However, there's still the outstanding fact that the men who were Indian and resident on this land, but maybe came from a different natal area, were still entitled as well. So that's a whole other thing that might still be coming up. But from the women's point of view at this point, there's been a recognition of like my family in particular and Gerald's family, but there's a number of other ones out there that simply because of the processing time, the government right now has had 92,000 applications under this particular legislation, and they're only processing 5,000 a year. So it's a 20-year spread before anybody that's applied to date can even begin to have their application heard. So there's quite an obstructive process yet in order for us to actually fully realize and formulate a consolidated resistance. But Gerald and I are trying our best to hold up that end of it until such time as we're more organized.
Okay, got it. And thank you for that. I just needed the background information. Thank you so much. With that, I'll go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So, Stephen, you said that, I thought when you were speaking, you said that your status is now recognized. So I'm just wondering if the provincial government were to strike a duty to consult, do you feel that you would be one of the groups consulted, or that we would be required to consult?
Well, we feel that we have a right simply because of the fact that we have so many ancestors that are buried in the area that anytime any disturbance is done there, you're likely to run into some either sacred site or some used site or historical site or even the graves of our ancestors, because these things have not been properly found out to the fullest extent. It's only been, how shall we say, within the little scope of where the development is planned that the archaeological or historical research is undertaken. So, of course, that leaves a great amount of it that was left sort of open, and that needs to be addressed sort of ahead of, before any groundbreaking. And that's why we're trying to make our stand here, maybe not as organized as, say, Enoch or some of the other First Nations peoples here, but we do have a right to be here.
Okay.
Thank you.
And up until this point, you haven't been consulted by the city?
No, simply because of the fact that we don't have status. We've been at some events, but as far as being able to make official submissions or things of that nature, no, we've been stymied.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And then I just have Dr. Kowalczyk. In the submission to committee, You'd indicated that you don't feel that sort of some of the development sort of being looked at or proposed fits in with the city plan or the zoning. Can you maybe expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, as I noted, the area is a floodplain, and there are even provincial documents that talk about the need to step back from the water. The city plan talks a lot about sustainability and resilience. Building in a floodplain takes the opposite approach. The city plan and other city documents also talk a lot about the importance of biodiversity in Edmonton, the need to protect the river valley. Again, this runs in the opposite direction. And so, you know, again, I think it's really problematic to say, oh, well, you know, that area is already disturbed. We have such an opportunity to restore this area and rewild it. And, you know, that's how it would best serve the people of Edmonton, is as nature that we can enjoy and benefit from in terms of nature-based solutions. We also have a responsibility to do that, considering that what happens here in Rossdale and in the city impacts everything downstream. So it's not clear to ERVCC how this, you know, what's being planned for Rossdale meets any of those commitments at all. And then, you know, beside that, also the city is committing to reconciliation. But if there is no meaningful consultation that allows Indigenous people to say no to the project, and to look at other opportunities in the area, such as Indigenous-led conservation, which itself would open up all kinds of opportunities for employment, you know, how is that consultation meaningful? So our stance is definitely start with meaningful Indigenous consultation and ensure that this opportunity for Indigenous-led conservation is there.
Okay. And that draft sort of design of the buildings that you provided as well, I do see there's looks like multi-use trails throughout the river valley, but I'm just wondering, those buildings seem to sort of cut off the river valley from everybody else. What would you propose for that area? Open space?
Open space for sure. And, you know, as I mentioned in my talk, it doesn't seem to make sense to us to compete with the revitalization efforts that are happening downtown, and the development opportunities that are still there in other areas, you know, in the central region of the city. And so why not begin with those and keep this area as open space to serve all those people? Council has discussed just in the last year the need for the creation of mature parks, parks and mature neighborhoods across the city. So why not keep this area as open space and as restored habitat? I mean, this is such an opportunity, and cities around the world are doing this. They're restoring floodplains and rewilding areas. We have such an opportunity to do this, and that is also a way of celebrating Indigenous knowledge and wisdom in this area. It can, you know, do so much good if we approach this area in a way that focuses on conservation and rewilding.
Okay. Thank you very much. My time has passed.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions to members of the public. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we will go to questions to administration. Councillor Salvador, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the comprehensive presentation and introductory remarks. Maybe just to start off, hearing that there's a desire from you know, the two speakers brought it up today, a desire for additional conversations, consultation. I understand that at this stage, we're in the initial dialogue phase, and that there will be opportunities for those conversations to happen in the future. Is that the correct understanding?
I can start this one, Jamie, you can jump in. But yes, so the way that we've been approaching this is really trying to be as meaningful and purposeful as possible. So starting with the MOU partners first, and then moving into further engagement as we go. So absolutely, it's something we really intend on doing.
Okay, excellent. That's really great to hear. And I'll just say, you know, I think it's totally fine that we don't see a governance structure in front of us today as part of that initial motion. I think being really intentional and purposeful with our approach and the conversations that we're having in sort of a staged manner makes a lot of sense. So just wanted to actually commend you on that piece. And then, yeah, I also had a question around potential opportunities for urban reserves and whether that's a tie-in to this work. Any thoughts on that? Or is it too early to really say?
Thanks for that question, Councillor Salvador. It is too early to make obviously any determinations about that, but certainly we have, I think, consistently seen more and more interest from First Nations in the concept of urban reserve and the potential for urban reserve as a driver of economic reconciliation, cultural resurgence, community building, and especially even housing and things like that in our city. So I think we'll learn more about that as we continue on our engagement and consultation.
Excellent. Well, really looking forward to seeing how these conversations evolve and what opportunities arise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, so we're expecting another update back Q1 2024, right? What can we expect to see as far as like actions taken, or what are your goals, I guess, to come back to us with?
Thanks, Councillor Wright, for that question. Maybe I'll turn it to Avril first, just to speak from a sort of project management perspective, and then I can speak a bit more about engagement and consultation.
Okay,
Thank you for that question. So our intention is to continue to advance engagement over the next several months, which would give us additional information and inputs into defining what the approaches to Indigenous engagement and implementation, or Indigenous involvement, I should say, and implementation going forward would look like. I'll also note that as we envision advancing implementation of river crossing, it continues to be the plan of record. Every project, in addition to the dialogues that we're advancing now, every project within river crossing would have project-specific engagement opportunities, both Indigenous and public. And what we're working on right now is sort of the overarching approach. So when we come back in early next year, our hope is to be able to present sort of our vision, our collective, hopefully collective vision, for how we take those steps forward toward implementation in a way that meaningfully includes Indigenous communities in implementation, and how that sort of layer speaks to the more typical approaches perhaps to engagement on projects.
Okay, because I do remember reading in the report somewhere that there was some challenges in connecting with some of the Indigenous groups. Was that right, Ms. Miller?
Yeah, it's been very, very hectic for our MOU partners over the last few months. There's a lot of actually legislation being brought forward at a federal level right now. Just on Indigenous Peoples Day, the federal government brought forth legislation recognizing Métis Nation self-government in Alberta. So very big things that will have an impact on us going forward as a city as well. And so maybe, sorry.
No, go ahead then. Yeah, follow through on the rest.
Yeah, I'll build off of that. So again, we are at the very initial exploratory stages of some dialogue with our MOU partners, but we fully intend to be engaging as broadly and widely as we can. As I mentioned, we have over 31 First Nations and Métis communities that we actively engage with on these type of projects. We also will be looking to engage urban Indigenous peoples through workshops and other ways and opportunities to provide their input. And I'd actually like, at this time, I'd like to maybe turn it to Elliot Young, the Director of Engagement with Pipiguan, to just speak a little bit about our partnership and a bit of the approach and methodology that they're working on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Good morning, Executive Committee. To speak about the methodology and the approach that we use, that we have the intention of decolonizing and transforming the way that engagement is done with First Nations communities, and thinking about the comments from Community Member Kowalchuk, that being able to restructure the way that engagement is done, it allows for, I would say, along the same lines of meaningful engagement and relationship building, and that's through our methodology is called Kyokuin. It's the visiting way, and it's really about focusing on relationships and the intention on building those relationships before kind of jumping into discussions of topics. And so another piece around this is that though the structuring of calling these visits actually lays a bit of a foundation of how the expectations are different within relationships. that there is an expectation and accountability to maintain those relationships through continued visits. And so when we talk about the workshops or the engagement sessions with First Nations and the need for ongoing engagement with them, we're framing that as visits through the intention of relationship building. And this approach through Keokowin is a Cree and Métis methodology that has been developed as an Indigenous research methodology by Dr. Cindy Gaudette at the University of Alberta, and we've seen it have many success, a lot of success in different projects, including some other City of Edmonton projects that we've done. So.
Could I just add one comment too, Councillor? I just want to prepare committee for the fact that we could come back in the future and say we need more time to do this right. And getting to Dr. Kowalczuk's concerns, we have to do meaningful engagement, and we're committed to doing that. I can't confirm that we can do the meaningful engagement on a timeline that we're on. So we may very well come back to committee to say meaningful engagement is more important than doing this quickly. And so I just wanted to make that comment. Don't be surprised if we come back in 6 months saying we need more time.
So in the case of reconciliation, that's the action, is building the relationship. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And absolutely, from my point of view, if it requires more time, that is fine, because we need to do things the right way, and engagement has to be meaningful, right? Otherwise, we will be probably not be guided by the knowledge and that we want to be guided by. So, thank you for flagging that and kind of planting that in our minds that Q1 may not be as expected as we might thought it would be. Okay, no, thank you for that. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you so much, and really, really appreciate the report that came forward. I love that what you've come back to us with is a process rather than a product, and I think is absolutely the right way to go. So thank you for coming back with that variation on what we'd originally asked for, but I think it's absolutely the right direction. I just want to dig in a little bit again back to Dr. Kowalczuk raised that question of meaningful consultation. And I know that one of the guiding principles that has formed part of the conversations is the assumption that the development will advance, and it's really a question of how. And I'm just wondering again if there was agreement to that principle from the MOU partners, or again, are we open to hearing a different answer to the question of if it should move forward?
So in the preliminary conversations so far that we have had, and knowing that we still need to have many more conversations, the way that this was framed was that the implementation of river crossing was moving ahead due to council approval. However, early indications is that we did not hear any feedback thus far around that plan not being something that should proceed. We will continue, though, to have conversations around whether or not there should be any changes and how we involve Indigenous communities and how this is implemented. So this really is an iterative approach. We believe really strongly that we need to have this relationship building component around our engagement, and it has to be meaningful, and we need to take our time, further to the city manager's comments. So I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Stevenson, I would just like to add, just for a little bit of added clarity, I absolutely believe we are open to hearing that it should not proceed if that is the case, and I also believe council is willing to hear that and deliberate and consider that. So that is absolutely a possibility, and we will be listening for that actively, I would say.
Great. That's wonderful to hear. I really appreciate it. I think, I think this is probably early days, but I did just want to affirm sort of moving forward in the process. I think about our land development processes. I think about any process at the city, and it's usually, many, many steps. There's a formal RFP, and if the timing doesn't line up, then partners can sort of miss out. So just wanting to confirm that, once those relationships are built, once some of the once some of the other pieces are falling into place, that we will also continue that commitment to sort of like a first right of refusal, or an assumption that this area will be redeveloped in partnership with Indigenous-led organizations and nations as key partners, as sort of being a default approach, and or again at least like a first right of refusal.
I can start, and maybe Avril will want to jump in. Our intention really is to learn through this engagement process. So we're really looking forward to some of the workshops and the ongoing conversations we will have. There may definitely be an opportunity for something along those lines, and working specifically with Indigenous peoples on how projects advance, and potentially the involvement of land sales and RFP processes and everything along those lines.
Great, thank you. No further questions. Again, really appreciate the depth of work that's already happened, and really look forward to the ongoing relationship building that you're doing, and our next checkpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So during the gondola discussion, we heard from a number of urban Indigenous leaders and young people that they were not heard, right? So I know, Jamie, you said that, alongside MOU partners, there'll be a process for engagement with the urban Indigenous folks, right?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. So we will be, working, developing a timeline, again, in partnership with our consultant, to create an engagement approach for urban Indigenous voices to have input into this process. I think, the thing that I probably want to maybe caution a little bit is I'm not sure we're going to be able to achieve total consensus on everything for Rossdale. But I do understand the importance of meaningful consultation and making sure that people do have that opportunity to say what they need to say about this site and express what they would like to see happen. So,
I think absolutely. I think the duty to consult does not speak to consensus. I remember that during my role on Trans Mountain Pipeline Expansion Project, it's not that you're seeking consensus, but you're demonstrating that you have meaningfully engaged, and the people were heard, and their ideas were considered in a serious way. I think that's the bar, right? That it's not about consensus.
And Mayor, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind just clarifying on the example you mentioned. We did not do that consultation. That was we are doing this one, and so I do expect it to be very different from that experience.
Yes, absolutely. But I just wanted to respond to that. It's never about that. You have to have 100%. Everyone on the table doesn't have to agree, right? You have to demonstrate that you have engaged with them in a meaningful way. Okay, good. All right. So that concludes the questions to administration. Look forward to update in Q1, and this could be, maybe I'm speaking to this, I think this could be a very transformative thing that can happen, and probably provide us a roadmap for future consultation on other important files. Good. All right. With that, anyone want to move the recommendation? So, Councillor Wright?
Whoops. So, is it receiving for information? Sorry.
Yeah, there it is.
I don't think there was any other.
Here we go. Yeah, receive for information. Okay. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Now we are 7.3 is time specific for 130. Now we go on to 7.4, Terwilliger Drive Stage 2 expansion, environmental impact assessment, and site location study amendment. Okay. Does the administration have any opening remarks or?
No, Mayor Sohi, no opening remarks. Is happy to answer any questions.
Okay, well then go to Councillor Jans for questions.
Thank you. So I just wanted to understand better the story behind the parking lot here. I see there's a parking lot being created to replace an existing overflow parking lot, so not the main parking lot, and then it would, I assume, be would it be gifted to the Snow Valley, or would the city be responsible for maintaining, cleaning, and operating it? I just wanted to understand this better, because given the worry about cost overruns in the project and everything else, this struck me as a bit of a nice to have, not a must have.
That's a great question. In this case, the parking lot is not a new parking lot. It's an expansion of an existing parking lot on the south side of White Mud Drive. What's happening with the construction on White Mud Drive is that we're going to be closing during construction a parking lot that Snow Valley currently uses. So for the duration of construction, that parking lot will not be accessible for Snow Valley or River Valley users.
Just to be clear, though, a parking lot, not their only parking lot.
Correct.
So they
yes.
have another parking lot.
That's correct, and so there is very, very high usage of the parking lots today, and so they're fully utilized during the seasons.
Could I trouble admin just to pull up the PowerPoint? Is that possible? Just so we're all. I just want to make sure I've got my lots correct. Is there an image? Oh, there's not.
No,
there's no image.
Okay, so I guess I'm zooming in on Google Map then, or on the attachment. So there's what I'll call the north parking lot closer to Rainbow Valley Campground. Is that the one that will be impacted?
It's the one just on the north side of White Mud Drive.
So
that's
that tiny
going to be
little
impacted.
one
The small, yeah, it's about 50 parking
little...
stalls today.
Okay.
It's a gravel lot, so it's kind of hard to define exactly how many stalls, but yes.
Sure, and because that one will be impacted, the solution is to then build them a new additional parking lot.
We're expanding the existing parking lot on the south side as a replacement for the parking that's going to be impacted during construction. And that was based on the conversations we've had on an ongoing basis with Snow Valley.
So on the south side of Rainbow Valley Road, the area that says White Mud Park Lot.
Yeah, that's correct. And
so when this is all done, they'll have 3 parking lots.
Actually, that parking lot is operated by the city.
So the proposal here is to expand the city-owned White Mud Park parking lot
in temporary use with Snow Valley for their users, as well as users of White Mud Creek. And then as the expansion of that parking lot will also benefit all the users of White Mud Creek, we are recommending to make it a permanent parking lot that will continue to serve Edmontonians.
And we'd be adding an additional 64 stalls there, right?
36.
To bring up to a total of 64.
Correct.
So that's effectively doubling this, or tripling the size of that little lot now.
It is doubling that size of that lot that is very well used by Edmontonians at this already. Today you'll see overflow parking on Rainbow Valley Road on a regular basis.
Okay, so the Snow Valley main lot in the north side, that is their responsibility, their lot, they take care of. The middle lot, the one that will be closed in construction, that is we are closing that one. That is theirs though.
Yeah, well, it's their overflow.
It's their overflow, helps. And when the construction is done, it will be returned to them as their overflow in
correct
same state. What we're talking about with this proposal is expanding that third lot, the south one here, Rainbow Valley Road, and the proposal would then be to expand it in what I see as that green grass state right now.
That's correct.
Okay, so this makes a lot more sense. Thank you. I guess so then, because that, I'm assuming that the what we'll call the expanded lot, the third lot, that is the city owned, so it's city maintained, city monitored, city cleaned. Is it city metered, or is it like city, are there any, because I heard like it'll be used by Snow Valley as well, but like you can park there even if you're not going to Snow Valley?
Absolutely.
So it's functionally a public asset. It's not going to be a private Snow Valley patrons only asset.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. All right. That assuages most of my concerns. I think I misinterpreted the ask there. And the ask before today is just to do the environmental site assessment.
It's to get approval from council of the environmental site assessment.
Okay. And if it was approved ballpark, do we know how much this project would be?
That's a good question. I'm going to ask if Chris on the line knows the cost of the expansion itself.
Thanks, Natalie. It's in the order of $200,000, so it's a relatively small cost for that expansion.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright.
Hi, I just wanted, I guess, more clarification too on operationally going forward, the cost of the snow clearing and maintenance of that parking lot, but minimal compared to what it is currently?
This is environmental assessment.
Oh, sorry.
But go ahead, this is committee, you can ask us.
Okay.
Yeah, it is expected to be minimal. It's a gravel lot today. It will be expanded as a gravel lot with the exception of the accessible stalls that are being added as part of the expansion. Those will be paved, but the maintenance of it will be relatively minimal compared to what's...
And the extra snow being cleared, will that be a greater environmental impact than what is currently?
We've done the studies and the design is done so that the flow of the water will be minimized to the creek and really directed towards the drainage on Rainbow Valley Road. And so from a snow perspective, it will kind of be in the same range of minimizing its impact.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
All right, so that concludes the questions to administration, and this is 7.4. I am just looking for the here you go. I will move the recommendation. Do we have to read this into the record, or is it? I'll read it in the record. That Executive Committee recommend to Council that the amendment to the Trafalgar Drive Stage 2 Expansion Environmental Impact Assessment as outlined in Attachment 1 of the June 23rd, 2023 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IISO 1838, be approved, that the site location study for the Rainbow Valley Road parking lot expansion as outlined in Attachment 2 of the June 23rd, 2023 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IISO 1838, be approved, that the location for the proposed Rainbow Valley Road parking lot expansion as outlined in Attachment 2 of the June 23rd, 2023 Integrated Infrastructure Service Report be deemed essential and approved pursuant to Section 353 of the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, Bylaw 7188. Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any question? Anyone to speak? No one to speak? Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we have 7:3 is time specific, so we are early. So can someone move that we break early and be back at 1:30?
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Anyone against?
Thank you. We're just getting the vote loaded.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Thank you, Councillor Wright.
All in favor, right? Okay.
We have all the votes.
All right, that is carried. We'll be back at 1:30. Until then, we are on recess.
We're live from River Valley Room.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. And we'll do a roll call of committee members. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
And I will check if there are other council members joining us. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
All right, that is it for now. Okay, we are on to our 1:30 time specific item, Downtown District Energy Initiative. And I will ask administration to come up and make a presentation if they have one.
Good afternoon. We're here today to provide an update on the Downtown District Energy Initiative and a recommendation. I'm Tom Lumsden, Development Manager of Blatchford Redevelopment Office, and with me are Christian Felsky, who's the Director of Renewable Energy Systems, Stephen Chung from Financial and Corporate Services. Also here today, in case you have any questions, are two EPCOR people, Jay Baranecki and Jeff Wagner. And like I said, they're here to answer questions if required. I'll now turn it over to Christian to go through the presentation.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon. The Downtown District Energy Initiative supports City Council's 10-year climate resilience objectives, the city plan, and is identified as a big wing action in Edmonton's community energy transition strategy. The first phase of the initiative includes a central district energy plant at the Windspear, and includes connection to the Windspear, including the current completion project and the city-owned Century Place and Chancery Hall buildings. The first phase of the system also creates the foundation of a system in the downtown which has the opportunity and needs to grow to become financially, economical, and environmentally fully sustainable. This growth is not expected overnight and will take decades of investments and operational efficiencies. Phase 1 of the initiative is developed in partnership with the Windspear as the location of the district energy plant and with EPCOR as the city's design, build, operate, maintain, and financing partner. A few words on the project update since the last time this project was presented to committee. EPCOR did advance the design of the district energy infrastructure for Phase 1 based upon a heating-only system. This included the development of a new design basis memorandum and advancing the design in certain focus areas. With an updated scope and more advanced design work, the capital costs for the district energy infrastructure have increased over the approved capital costs. The removal of the combined heat and power units and microgrid did provide savings. However, design advancements and more scope adjustments did offset a significant portion of those gained savings. The updated price also continues to show continuous escalation in material prices and construction indexes. With adjustment to the project scope leading to some delays and increased cost as a result of ongoing construction escalation issues, the construction of the district energy shell building at the Windspear has been advancing. It is currently anticipated to be completed by the end of this year. An update to the financial model for phase 1 of the initiative was also completed, as the ongoing operating requirement was adjusted to the new project scope. As a result, the operating funding shortfall in the first year of the project is 1.1 million. This increase is mainly a result of the switch to the boiler-only scenario, updated debt servicing costs, and commodity forecasts for natural gas. This shortfall is expected to be reduced when more load, more buildings are coming onto the system during its anticipated growth. Currently, EPCOR and the city have also advanced feasibility studies with new developments in the downtown, such as station lands and the Village at Ice District lands. We have put in place a development growth plan for the Downtown District Energy Initiative, starting from the current phase 1, and we will talk about this plan in a few minutes. I will hand over the presentation to Stephen now for more detail on the financial situation of phase 1.
Thank you, Christian, and good afternoon. As summarized by Christian on the previous slide, the table in front of you shows the breakdown of the capital and operating cost forecast for phase 1, as well as the change in project costs since the last update. The table also highlights the change in average GHG reductions from the previous recommended system, which incorporated CHP and boilers, to the current recommended boiler-only system. The original budget of $28.2 million has now been updated to $35.9 million. This increase of $7.7 million consists of $1.3 million for the district energy building and $6.4 million for the district energy infrastructure. This represents an overall increase of 27% within the range of accuracy for checkpoint 3 of -20% to +30%. The increase in capital costs is recommended to be funded through a transfer of funds which were approved in the 23-26 capital budget. These funds, supported by tax-supported debt, are from profile CM 83-0001, which is used for planning, design, and delivery of existing and future district energy nodes. This will be further discussed later in the presentation. From a GHG reduction perspective, you can see that the switch to a boiler-only system results in average annual GHG reductions. This is due to environmental regulation changes, which will result in the greening of Alberta electricity grid, making the originally proposed CHP system an actual emitter of greenhouse gas emissions. While the shift to a boiler-only system has resulted in favorable GHG reductions, financially, the new recommended proposal will result in an estimated increased operating shortfall of $1.1 million in the first year of operation. As mentioned by Christian, this is primarily due to the removal of the CHP component. As the system will no longer be providing electricity ratepayers, the associated revenues offset by the accompanying expenses will be reduced, resulting in the increase in the operating shortfall. In addition, the increase in capital costs will result in higher debt servicing costs. It is important to note that while the new capital cost estimates are now higher, they would be even higher if the current proposal included the original CHP component. Next slide, please. In terms of the utility's financial sustainability, currently the utility is in the early stages of development and has not been formally set up as of yet. Current financial modeling is also only based on phase 1 of the project and does not factor in any future system expansions. Utilities generally require a customer base that reaches a critical mass to ensure financial sustainability. Without an established customer base of critical mass or the ability of the customer base to cover the operating capital requirements, some form of infusion for initial capital investment would likely be required. As estimated revenues are based on a business-as-usual rate structure and phase 1 of the system includes only 3 buildings, the financial sustainability of the utility is dependent on the expansion of the downtown district energy system. As you can see in the table, the current approved infusion from the City of Edmonton is $14.4 million through a combination of pay-as-you-go funding and the Financial Stabilization Reserve. If the current request to fund the $7.7 million increase in capital cost is approved as recommended, the total infusion amount will be $22.1 million. The remaining $13.8 million of capital costs will be funded through EPCOR debt and equity financing. The amounts financed by EPCOR will be paid back to them by the city over 30 years through loan payments. These payments are included in the estimated annual operating results being shown in this report. As mentioned in the previous slide, the preliminary operating shortfall estimate for year 1 of operations is $1.1 million. This increases to $1.9 million in year 2. This is due to year one representing a half year, as operations are anticipated to begin after the second quarter of 2025. Without any future expansion, the annual operating shortfall is forecasted to progressively increase annually up to $3.6 million by year 30. To put the operating shortfall in context, the impact to the currently approved 2023 to 2026 tax levy operating budget would be approximately 0.05% in 2025 and 0.04% in 2026 if the operating shortfall is not able to be absorbed by the utility. Additional financial modeling work will be required to assess the impact of future system expansions, examine options in more detail for the potential rate structure, as well as establish a fiscal policy and other tools to determine if further infusions are required to ensure financial sustainability. The operating impact, budget impact related to the operating shortfall will also be brought forward by administration in the future as more information is available. I will now pass the presentation back to Christian to talk more about the further development and expansion opportunities for the project.
Thanks, Stephen. As mentioned before, the further development of the initiative is one key objective outlined in the city's community energy transition strategy. Typical with district energy projects, the feasibility and economics improve with its connected growth. As the situation is slightly different from a regulated utility and service area for connection, like for example in Blatchford, the connection in the downtown core will have to be negotiated through agreed upon terms and conditions between the building owner operator and the utility, unless other tools and regulatory requirements become available. As mentioned, in the last few months, EPCOR and administration have worked on feasibility studies with interested parties in the downtown. This available information was integrated in the generation of a development growth plan, which is shown in this slide. This growth plan identifies 50 existing buildings and the 2 future developments for potential to connect to the initiative. These buildings represent over 2.2 million square meters of floor area and 103 megawatts of peak heating and 90 megawatts of peak cooling demand. These buildings range from hotels, office buildings, commercial and residential buildings. Aggregating these buildings into a district energy network translates to a significant reduction in installed equipment capacity compared to the individual building level, and that is one of the key advantages to implementing district energy. The growth plan identifies the second phase consisting of City Hall, Stanley A. Milner Library, and the Citadel Theater as an immediate and relative short-term opportunity, presumably between 28 and 2030. These buildings can be serviced through the installation of more generation capacity at the district energy plant at the Windspear. The phased development approach would continue to build clusters to the north of the downtown area and would eventually require the construction of a second energy center. The last 2 development phases would comprise of building clusters to the west and south of downtown. The growth plan also highlights that while phase 1 depends on natural gas-fired boilers, lower or even better, zero carbon energy sources need to and will become more prevalent in future phases of the system build-out. This is to fully achieve the climate and energy resilience objectives of the initiative. On a higher level and phased in with the development and build-out of the Downtown District Energy Initiative, electric boilers and chilled water plants powered through renewable electricity, a planned geo-exchange field at the station land developments, and primarily a waste heat recovery opportunity from EPCOR's Gold Bar wastewater treatment plant could provide the generation capacity for the initiative and significantly reduce the greenhouse gas emission impact by 96% for about 61,000 tons of annual CO2 reduction compared to the business as usual development scenario today. The value proposition for building owners and developers in the downtown would be, beside a comparable utility bill, a combination of reduced infrastructure investment and space savings in their buildings, the opportunity to receive renewable energy to support their sustainability goals, and the reduced operating and maintenance costs resulting from a utility connection. More work is needed to identify the capital and operating investment included associated revenues over all project phases between today and 2050. This includes the assessment of capital and operating costs offset by sales revenue of thermal energy, that is heating and cooling energy, to determine the levelized cost of greenhouse gas reductions for the full initiative. As described before, administration will embark on additional financial model developments and fiscal policy work to understand what is required to ensure financial and environmental sustainability. In the interim, risks of not proceeding with phase 1 at this time would very likely result in further capital and operating costs increases. In addition, any construction delays will push out the date of project completion and start of operation, which may impact the timing of meeting certain client and partner commitments, especially the Wind Spears completion project, but also partner commitments where current feasibility studies are ongoing. With a concentrated effort implementing the city's district energy strategy, the project team will also need to ensure that buildings' opportunities in the downtown core are monitored and identified. Many buildings have been or are currently thinking about building renovations or upgrades, and the opportunity to connect these buildings to the network could be lost for decades if not identified and utilized. To close the presentation, the recommendations before you today are to amend the existing agreements with EPCOR and the Wind Spear based on the new current financial situation, and to complete the district energy building construction and provide the starting point for detailed design and construction for the district energy infrastructure to align with completion of the Wind Spear expansion project. In order to address the capital shortfall, administration recommends repurposing 7.7 million of previously approved tax-supported debt intended to be used for planning and design and delivery of future district energy nodes. These include downtown, river crossing, exhibition lands, Heritage Valley, and the Bonnie Doon redevelopment. During the 23 to 26 capital budget deliberation, City Council approved the capital profile CM 830001, District Energy Network Strategy and District Energy Nodes for 34.5 million of tax-supported debt financing to fund planning and delivery work for future district energy nodes. While the early work on the district energy strategy will be impacted by this move, administration recognized that A, construction on other nodes will likely occur in the later years of the 23 to 26 budget, and that B, the implementation of the downtown district energy system is the key opportunity for the city to increase energy resilience and reduce greenhouse gas emissions As previously mentioned, the current estimates for the initial operating shortfalls are preliminary and will be updated based on the most current information at the time before bringing forward any operating budget adjustments. Administration will bring forward the necessary adjustments to the operating budget to fund the projected shortfall at a future supplemental operating budget adjustments. This concludes the presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions after the speakers.
Thank you so much for the presentation. If you don't mind, please stepping back, and we will go to members of the public who are here to share your thoughts on this item. I will call the names. See Samson Tam. Samson, you're there? Okay.
Yes.
And also Brody Chalmer from Atco Gas.
I'm here, thank you.
Okay, and Samson Tam is from Creative Energy. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and we will start with Samson.
Great. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Samson Tam. I'm Director of Development here at Creative Energy, a Canadian-owned and operated low-carbon district energy development partner headquartered in Vancouver. We're the premier district energy developer in Canada, and we currently have about 15 projects across Canada, but exclusively in the low-carbon space. Our legacy downtown system, with 99.99% uptime, located in Vancouver, is undergoing a decarbonization project right now, where we're reducing 40,000 tons of carbon annually, and we're quite excited about what we're achieving here in Vancouver. Now, personally, I'm a decarbonization district energy enthusiast. And when I learned about the opportunity to speak in front of your esteemed councillors and advocate for low carbon district energy, I jumped at this opportunity. So thank you for having me. I just wanted to bring to your attention about the critical role of private investment in supporting decarbonization efforts through the implementation of the district energy mandate, and the importance of public regulation and support and education for end users, as Vachu was alluded to earlier about public adoption. The decisions we make today really shape the future of Edmonton and its sustainability goals. I believe that Council already understands the need to reduce greenhouse gases and to combat climate change, and to understand that the low carbon district energy can be a viable tool in doing so. So I won't reiterate the value proposition as outlined earlier, including some of the additional rooftop and mechanical space that's freed up in infrastructure, but certainly further education of end users is extremely important to the success of the district energy system. As we've come to learn and really live through this experience of 14 million square feet of real estate in Vancouver that's connected to our district energy system. With innovative projects like Blatchford, when I first heard of the project, I certainly was very excited for the build out of the project. It incorporates the latest in ground source heat pumps and soon to be sewer heat recovery. But I was also surprised to see that the district energy system of phase 1 only consists of gas-fired boilers in this phase. Certainly many reasons in this current decision-making process made months and months before this current council, but respectfully, the default to a status quo and technology locked the phase 1 into a gas-fired boiler system for the next 20 years is disappointing and should be rectified in future phases, such as in future phases, but also the proposed plant located at 103A Avenue and 101 Street, or in any other future development anchor project. Much like the ICE development or something of the equivalent in the future. In the study by Integral Group commissioned by the City of Edmonton in 2020, the Emissions Neutral Buildings report, I quote, to achieve emissions neutral building, other primary low carbon energy sources such as low carbon district energy sources, ground source heat pumps, cold climate air source heat pumps, and other community scale renewable energy microgrids is essential. As Alberta's electrical grid emissions reduce, and along with EPCOR's ability to use 100% green electricity, fundamentally, we need to fuel switch to electric-based options. One should be able to easily identify that we don't need to combust fossil fuels up to 2,000 degrees in order to heat our homes and offices for up to room temperature of 21 degrees. And any other alternative combustion fuels should be reserved for areas not easily electrified, such as all of the heavy industry located across Alberta. Even when one argues that the grid is fossil fuel generated, the efficiency of heat pumps exceed the best boilers by 3 to 4 times. Finally, the argument that heat pumps won't work here is fiction, frankly, and not fact. In Europe, the heat pumps are adapted in the coldest climates, such as Norway and Denmark, and they will work here. To be clear, district energy does have to start somewhere, and with the infrastructure laid out in phase 1, it should proceed as recommended. But the project should ensure that it is compatible with future low carbon technologies, as the speaker earlier alluded to. And I see a downtown future where district energy is low carbon as a basis, with backup boilers from phase 1 for the harshest days and for redundancy. But surely the first question by the council and folks of the public is, what is the additional cost? Additionally, successful implementation of the system necessitates substantial capital investment, expertise, and widespread adoption. This is where I believe a public-private partnership is critical. The involvement of private entities brings additional financial resources, technical know-how, operational expertise, business development acumen to the table. By encouraging private investors to participate in the development of district energy mandate, we can leverage the resources to accelerate a transition to a low-carbon future and to foster increased adoption. Now, for reference, there's about 11 different district energy systems, one of which is owned by the public, located in Greater Vancouver.
Okay.
Let me now.
Sorry, Samson. Time is up.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. We'll go next to Brody Chalmer.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, first of all, point out that I'm not here specifically referencing the downtown district energy system, of which we are in principle supportive. but I'm really addressing more the district energy strategy in general here today. So thank you for the opportunity to address council. My name is Brody Chalmers, and I'm the manager of hydrogen system planning for ATCO Gas and Pipelines Limited. I'm joining you today from Calgary, but please don't hold that against me. My boss is from Edmonton, and he sends his regards and insists that you have a better hockey team. And I can't argue this point based on last year's performance. I wanted to address council today to remind you of the initiatives ATCO has underway that can support decarbonization of Edmonton and the capital region. For instance, we're currently blending hydrogen into the gas supply for 2,100 customers in Fort Saskatchewan at 5%, with an objective of moving to 20% before the end of the year. We're also actively working on a front-end engineering design study for our first pure hydrogen community in Strathcona County, actively constructing our first hydrogen-fueled home in Strathcona County, and first pure hydrogen commercial building in Fort Saskatchewan, which will be open in late 2023. In addition to our hydrogen initiatives, we have a number of renewable energy and low carbon projects in Alberta, such as our 64 megawatt solar development in Calgary and the curbside EV charging project in Edmonton. We're now one of Canada's largest producers of wind and solar energy. We work globally on delivering energy to customers focused on affordable and reliable low carbon solutions. Moving forward, we have proposed blending of hydrogen into the majority of customers in the capital region at 20%. This initiative can begin as soon as 2024 and is expected to reach the entire region by the end of the decade. Blending at 20% in Edmonton would reduce emissions by more than 300,000 tons of CO2 per year, roughly 50% more than the entire district energy strategy combined hopes to achieve, but without incremental cost or risk to taxpayers. The advancement of hydrogen infrastructure by ATCO represents an opportunity to optimize the build-out of future low-carbon energy systems, which will likely be comprised of a mix of electric, hydrogen, renewable gas, and district energy systems. For example, by supplying reliable low-carbon hydrogen for power generation, heat could be used to supply district energy to nearby demands. But these types of solutions require us to work together with a goal of achieving the best possible outcomes for Edmontonians. While ATCO is supportive of the Blatchford and downtown DE projects, we want to remind council that district energy is not a silver bullet for regional decarbonization. In our experience, district energy can bring a significant cost premium versus the status quo. In one example, we worked closely with one of North America's leading district energy developers on a proposal in southern Alberta. We were surprised to find the projected delivered cost of energy at more than 7 times that of natural gas for a proposed greenfield development, the type of project where costs should be lower than for retrofit. This isn't to say there's no place for district energy. As mentioned, we are supportive of the downtown system in principle, and in cases where there are well-matched heat sources and demands in close proximity. District energy can make sense here, particularly if the area is difficult to reach with pure hydrogen infrastructure. However, there remains risk if anticipated customer connections do not emerge. In such cases, these risks are likely to be borne by taxpayers. In contrast, when carbon taxes are taken into account, we believe there is a pathway in Alberta for low carbon hydrogen heating to be cost competitive with the status quo, absent taxpayer support. Even better, deployment of hydrogen at scale enables the reuse of existing natural gas infrastructure and, over time, deep decarbonization. We believe that for all intents and purposes, our existing natural gas distribution system in the Edmonton region is compatible with pure hydrogen and, with few exceptions, appropriately sized to meet Edmonton's energy requirements in hydrogen service. The natural gas distribution network presents an enormous decarbonization opportunity and avoided costs compared to alternative pathways. Further, expansion and development of the regional hydrogen ecosystem will support thousands of high-paying jobs and a vibrant regional economy. I'd like to turn your attention to a slide I've submitted in support of my talk today, which was prepared by the Edmonton Region Hydrogen Hub, of which the City of Edmonton is a member. There are dozens of large customers that would use hydrogen today if they could. These are customers who are significant emissions nodes where, in many cases, district energy is not a feasible technical solution. Hydrogen's potential can be unlocked through open access utility pipeline that ATCO is ready and willing to build once the province provides enabling policy. The same infrastructure can support additive decarbonization of future district energy systems and decarbonization of the region. I'd like to thank the City of Edmonton for its support of our hydrogen initiatives to date, including support for our project to supply the convention center with a 20% blend during the recent convention. I'd also like,
Brody.
okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, so that is presentation from our members of the public. Now we'll go to questions to both of you, so don't go away. Stay. We have questions. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. Tam, did you have more of your presentation that you wanted to share?
I did, but I can maybe summarize it in a short period of time if that's
Go ahead.
available.
Yep.
I was just going to continue to the point to speak to really the two main reasons why a private district energy developer may be considered a useful tool in the city's district energy policy. One is simply to support the city's core competency. I think in attachment 4 and some of the documents that were outlined for the meeting, the city is projected to spend a tremendous amount of capital on its own and through city-owned EPCOR to expand the reach of downtown district energy system, and really no end in sight for annual capital investments and operating budgets. And through a private investment and integration with public regulation support, the city is able to reach its low carbon district energy goals and reallocate that capital from district energy and instead to essential services, like boosting the economy, as the speakers from the business associations were looking for, and other areas like public safety. The second point being the business development aspect. The best systems and the best district energy infrastructure can't survive or be implemented without high level of degree of adoption. Outside from the value proposition, the downtown district energy system, after connecting with some of the early phases, which are mostly municipal and provincially operated buildings, which would be relatively easy to convince, private buildings will not connect without a proper demonstration of a very strong value proposition. And on top of that, the potential high density nodes outside downtown, like Bonnie Doon, Heritage Valley, and the Quarters, new district energy can play a valuable role there, as developers need to be incentivized to form a low carbon district energy system. Really, we're looking for a win-win solution. In Vancouver, for example, developers are encouraged to adopt a low carbon district energy system, and in return, have a relaxed building envelope performance or other FSR bonuses. So saving them millions of dollars in construction costs, and us as a district energy company would co-invest into these sites. And so the result is a savings for the developer, which really activates these projects and greenlights them as a win for the city. A win for the city from its low carbon district energy system strategy, right, without deploying any additional capital from the city's coffers, and a win for an environment. So my last point is, in conclusion, we really need to, now is the time to roll out a roadmap on regulatory and municipal support in socializing these benefits of a DE system to ensure that in the future we have high adoption of any district energy system that you're rolling out, and that private investment needs to be incentivized in a way that there's high density and a favorable regulatory environment, so that private investment can assist in the overall low carbon rollout of a district energy system. Thank you.
Thank you. And in my last minute and a half, if you can answer a couple questions. Is there a different cost for existing buildings to connect with your type of system as opposed to one with natural gas?
No, the means and method is relatively simple. The same, whether it's a natural gas or low carbon. It's the source of energy that where we would be changing. The end user sees the same. So there will be a heat exchanger room within their building, and they would take the heat and cooling as required. So certainly no difference. I will say the difference of a low carbon system typically also is able to provide cooling, not just heating, whereas a natural gas-based system, it can only do heating.
Okay, and what about the cost for setting up the system as a whole? Is it comparable to natural gas, or?
It certainly will be there will be a premium. Won't sugarcoat that, but I think the premise of that is you'd be insulating yourself from future I don't believe there's a current policy on carbon tax, but certainly if that something of that nature were to appear, you'd be insulating yourselves from that effect. And overall, the grid is still de-intensifying in terms of the emissions. So the electrifying the district energy system will be able, you'll be able to meet your decarbonization goals.
Okay, my time is up. I had one more though. Okay. Oh, okay, thank you. So then I'm also wondering, sort of, my understanding, one of the byproducts of using the natural gas is there is still that carbon which is captured, right? Yes? Okay, good, I understood something.
Sorry, what do you mean by captured?
Well, isn't using natural gas, there's still carbon sort of left in the air, but that is captured and held underground? No? Okay.
No. There are processes like that in the, I'm sure our fellow speaker can elaborate, but not at this. Most buildings do not capture this on the demand side. Perhaps there are carbon capture technologies on creation of the natural gas, but not typically not on the building scale. No. No,
but okay. So with the natural gas, okay, maybe I'll ask Mr. Chalmers then. But there is no byproduct with the geothermal.
No.
Okay. And Mr. Chalmers, is there that byproduct?
There are companies that do capture of combustion emissions. For example, Clean O2, they're capturing up to about 25% of combustion emissions at the building level. But this isn't common. Typically, where you would be capturing emissions from natural gas is in industrial facilities or in power generation plants. It's not typically done at the point of end use.
Okay, not at the point of end use, but at the, like in this district energy plant, would it be converted at that time?
My expectation is that this district energy plant will be emitting CO2 to the atmosphere. However, it's projected to be less than what is emitted by the individual buildings combined today.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Maybe I'll follow up on that point, Brody. Like the production at the plant create emissions, but there's a reduction in emissions because at the end user in the building. You know, what is the net? You have any idea, like how much you're producing and how much you're reducing? What is the net benefit?
Well, if we're talking natural gas, I think your administration has provided their estimates on what estimated emissions reductions are associated with the system that's been proposed. So I won't counter those points.
Good. Okay. Yeah. All right. And your comment about if you don't have the buildings connected.
Yeah.
At this time, our administration's estimate is about 50 buildings that we need to have connected to the system by 2040. That's where the risk lies, right?
That's where exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You need your system utilization rate to be as high as possible to improve the economics of a district energy system, of any utility system, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm. Is that the risk with hydrogen as well? Because hydrogen can be produced to the level of the demand. For example, in the case of the 20% blend at the convention center, you brought that in, right? There's no excess supply, right? In that case.
That's correct. And the way we view the hydrogen economy unfolding in the region is that blending is almost like an anchor tenant, which will support the development of pure hydrogen infrastructure. And once you have that pure hydrogen infrastructure in place, large consumers and new consumers of energy may be able to access that pure hydrogen and do decarbonization, but you need something to justify the initial construction of that pipeline infrastructure in the region. And once you have that, you've effectively underpinned it. And so you've been able to spread that risk around, and you don't have that lingering risk sitting over the ratepayers or taxpayers in the longer term.
Okay, got it. And to Samson, what are the opportunities for private sector to be involved at this stage in this particular project for the downtown district energy project?
Yeah, I would say phase one has come and gone, and I think, to be very clear, we're in support of this phase one project so that the infrastructure can be laid. But for future phases, phase 2, 3, 4, and et cetera, especially when you get closer towards the stadium and near the private development side of the downtown core, there are certainly opportunities for a private investment to either participate in the infrastructure distribution side of things or the low carbon generation of low carbon district energy.
Okay, got it. So in the future,
but not in this phase.
Okay, next.
It would delay the project.
Okay, got it. And what are your thoughts are on not having, like, if we are unable to connect to the buildings as they're projected in the business case?
That would be catastrophic. Like as the Brody mentioned, any utility you need to have a high uptime and utilization, and all the investments get spread over 5 people is a whole lot cheaper than spread over 1 person, if you can imagine that on a greater scale. And so the more users you have, the cheaper it is for everybody, and low adoption is a recipe for disaster. So certainly that's where I believe prior to the construction of the project, there needs to be a heavy emphasis and leadership from the city to encourage, through carrots, not sticks hopefully, to encourage early adoption, a pathway for retrofit for existing projects, buildings to adopt and to really highlight the value proposition as to why connection to this district energy system is of benefit. So that's really, really important.
So in case of Vancouver, what were some of those incentives that worked for business owner to be connected to the district?
Great question. So for new buildings, they would encourage them, if you're able to connect to a low carbon district energy system, which is our system downtown, they would allow them to relax their building envelope performance for the same equivalent building. So our studies show for every 250,000 square foot in BC, they were able to save $2 million in construction costs. So that alone was an incentive, and amongst other value propositions like space savings, et cetera. And then for existing buildings, the pathway to retrofit was simply due to the fact that we're, as with most provinces, looking at electrification and the near capacity limitation. If every building in downtown Edmonton was looking to electrify, it would not be possible. And that's just, they wouldn't be able to do that tomorrow. But in Vancouver, what we did was we were able to decarbonize our heating source for our central plant, and therefore not every building would have to ask for a new electrical connection. Some of these old buildings were never designed to heat the entire building through electricity. And so connecting with us was a way to minimize that risk, to ask for additional electrical service, and to reduce the capital spending on their end to electrify everything. All they had to do was connect to us, do some minor retrofits to connect to their existing building, which is a process that we have outlined very easily in multiple case studies, and that minimized upfront capital costs for an existing building.
Got it. Thank you. And thank you to both of you for joining this conversation. It's very, very helpful. Really appreciate your time. Good. Okay, so that concludes the questions. Thank you so much. And now we'll go back to our administration. All right, Councilor Salvador?
Yep, thank you so much. So I have a number of questions, and maybe I'll just pick up on some of the points that were raised by the speakers. So how are we working to bring private entities to the table in future phases?
So both speakers mentioned the city's district energy strategy, and there's various points in the strategy which I think as a city, we need to think about how can we facilitate public-private investment. There are some levers we can pull from the, or likely can pull from the regulatory side, from the powers of the city. That's one of the focus of that strategy, and the other focus is around private investment into these systems, like the speaker mentioned. So there are various goals. We have the strategy in place, and we're currently working on implementing it. Our plan is here to come back to present that work and to show, I guess, council what can be done to attract and how to do that.
Okay, that's excellent. So that is sort of in the works. It's part of the strategy, and that will be in front of us eventually. And can the same be said around, let's say, supporting policies, potential bylaws, incentives to encourage tie-in to the system? Is that part of that body of work within the strategy as well?
Absolutely. The two things are very much related. If we can provide some, I call it regulatory security for investment, then that will likely lead to that, or hopefully lead to that. So these things are very much connected, yes.
Okay, excellent. And timeline on that, do you think, I know, when do you think council will be able to get a bit of a line of sight, just so we have surety that there is a path forward to financial sustainability?
I think our internal goal is to be back before the end of the year. I cannot promise on that, but that's sort of like our internal guideline here.
Okay, excellent. That would be fantastic. And then maybe just on a different point, so the report talks about connecting to City Hall, Citadel, and the library as short and immediate term opportunities, but gives a time scale of 2028 to 2030. It seems like a long time. I guess what's preventing us from this opportunity for decarbonization more rapidly?
I think the project team's focus is on getting phase one into construction and into operation, and that's scheduled for Q3 of 2025. So I think our relationship with EPCOR is that if there are opportunities identified, we work on them. But that's the plan for now. If things can be achieved faster, and I think we certainly look at this, but that's definitely the most immediate opportunity. And I think one benefit of that opportunity is that we're building a plant currently at the Windspear, and it looks like that no additional energy center would need to be, no cost would need to be incurred to install, sorry, not cost for the building, cost for the equipment, but that's likely be a little bit of benefit to the project.
Right. Okay. And maybe just with 2 minutes here, got a few more. I just want to loop back to the business development piece and sort of that outreach component. I assume we'll be brought back with sort of a few options, but is it the responsibility of the City of Edmonton, or is that an EPCOR conversation around who does that outreach and who is socializing the system?
I think it's a joint responsibility. That's how we're working with EPCOR on this. So if there are opportunities which are identified, we look at them and we jointly develop them. Just as a side note, there have been a number of buildings who've reached out just by hearing about the project to us, and we have talked to a few of them already.
Yeah, okay, so that sounds good that buildings are reaching out on their own. I would also be very excited about sort of I'll say more aggressive outreach strategy, and I think that it sounds like that's going to be coming back in front of us to see how we can help advance it. So that's excellent. Okay, I might be misinformed on this, but I have a question about Alberta Utilities Commission, and when we're talking about opportunities for private entities to enter this space, was there something with NMAX that, I genuinely don't know the backstory on this, but are there going to be regulatory barriers that we run into if we're trying to bring private entities to the table?
So I'm going to speak from my knowledge about this as well. Yes, there was a recent sale of the NMAX district energy system in downtown to a private company. And that was the first time the Alberta Utilities Commission basically needed to regulate a private district energy system in the province, and it has been regulated.
Okay, so there's precedent to, oh, okay, excellent. That's really good to hear. My time's up, thanks.
Thank you, Council Salvador. So the plant itself will take till end of 2025 or third quarter of 2025 to be completed, right?
That is correct. The current schedule points out to start of operation Q3, beginning of Q3 2025.
Okay, and for that, the additional money is required, right? But I heard there's operational shortfall for year one. Is that 2026 shortfall then?
There would be a shortfall in the first half, in the second half of 2025.
Okay, so that's the $1.1 million cut. I am getting a sense that if we build it, they'll come, right? I don't know if I have that kind of confidence that they will come. I need to be assured that if we are making this kind of investment, right, the 50 non-city-owned buildings that are required to be part of this system, hooked up to the system to make it financially viable and not be reliant on subsidy from taxpayers. I need assurances. Like, what can you say that they will come?
I think there are some tools City Council might have in order to promote the connection, and maybe I tread very carefully here with my wording, to promote the connection to a district energy system. This situation in the downtown is a little bit different than the Blatchford system, where we do have a bylaw. Yeah. So these are things we probably have to look at in the downtown as well. As it stands for now, it's an individual connection by agreement. So there's some financial benefits, I would say, or maybe some environmental benefits for buildings to connect to the system, and we hope to explore that further.
But shouldn't be exploring those tools concurrently, or at least now until we make this decision of additional investments? Are those tools in the purview of the municipalities? Do we have the legal ability to, for example, if you want to pass a bylaw, that building must be hooked to DE, right? Do we have that legal authority?
That's the work we're going to do. That's the question about the implementation of the district energy strategy. So that's something we are embarking on at this stage.
So I think for me, it's kind of the work that we should have done prior to moving forward on this is now we are going to do at the back end. Maybe I know, Stacey, I just want to understand this risk, right? And even though we have, how much have we already invested in the plant? How much of the money is expended?
So currently we have invested in the construction of the district energy building at the Windspear, and we've invested some money into the advancement of the design by EPCOR
so the structure, the building,
the structure is almost completed,
right?
And we've invested about probably up to $2.5 million for the design and advancement for the regulatory work around phase one.
So what is the risk of additional infrastructure investments that we are making if we hold off on those, right? You worry that some of the building owners that are interested would not be confident that we will build it, or any extra cost for as time passes?
I think the current risk is that we wouldn't be able to complete phase one of the project by 2025, as we were outlined to do. In the meantime, what we're suggesting is we're going to do some work and come back to council with some regulatory tools, some commercial tools we might implement to enhance private buildings to connect to the system.
Okay, so let me understand this, that the phase one completed by 2025 requires 50 non-city buildings to be connected. No, okay. What is, okay, explain that. For it to be viable, what is required for this phase one to be viable? How many buildings do you need to connect it?
Phase one in itself will need initial capital investment. Phase one by itself won't make money. in terms of it's financially not a viable project. The viability of the project will come, or will come when more buildings are connecting to the system. That's very typical for district energy projects. When we have more load on the system, more buildings connected, there's efficiency which we can operationally integrate into a financial model. What we said today is that we would come back, or we would do work on the financial model, on the fiscal policy, how to set up this utility prior start of the operation of phase one.
Okay, I'll come back to the next in the second round. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I've got some questions in a similar vein, just around the timing of investments that other buildings might have to make. So do we have a clear inventory in terms of, the expected lifespan of some of the existing boilers, for example, in those buildings? And just, how much of a risk is it that we miss the windows where those boilers age out? Instead of replacing that, they want to connect to the district energy system, but if the district energy system isn't there and ready, then they end up making that other capital investment.
I would say that we have a good idea about our own buildings in terms of the lifespan and the boiler replacement. Obviously, some of the new developments which are going up to the north side of the downtown, there's new buildings being built, and I think we're gathering some information about the 50 buildings which are mentioned as a potential here in this report, but I don't think we have, or we haven't been in those buildings in detail and looked at the lifetime of. That's probably something in terms of the development of the system we need to evaluate.
And so will that be part of the work that comes back that you mentioned, I think, sort of in Q1, I think you mentioned?
So there's two things here. On the district energy strategy, we would come back to council, like I mentioned before. We're also working, like stated in the report, on an updated financial energy model and utility model to come back to council, likely by the end of 2024.
Yes, I think we're looking at the end of 2024. That would give us enough time to get everything in place before the operations begin in this summer of 2025.
Okay. One thing that was news to me that was mentioned in the report was the planned installation of a geothermal exchange on station lands. Was I reading that correctly? That will be part of, I would assume, phase 2 of the development?
That is part of the development of the station land project itself. We have done some feasibility work around the connection of the station lands development to the district energy system, and that's one of the way we can integrate more renewables, and especially in the cooling side of things we can integrate. So these are conceptual design ideas and which made it into the long-term development plan of the initiative.
Okay, so there's the possibility. I guess what I'm wondering is does the geo exchange field make it so that station lands is self-sufficient and doesn't need to connect into the district energy system, or as you suggest, is it a way to build the renewables and distribute that through the district energy system that they would be attached to?
Yeah, that's a good question. Just speaking very layman, initially the station land development can take care of themselves, but at some time as it grows, it will need the connection to district energy, so that planned geofield would provide energy to the overall system as we see it build out.
Okay, interesting. And is that field being maximized? Like, is there any way, again, going to this public-private partnership, if some of that work is already underway, is it possible that we could invest to expand the capacity there and build that into our district energy network?
Our design work at this stage is rarely conceptual. I think we would need to go into more detailed design to look at how we can expand it or potentially expand it.
Okay, interesting. And just in terms of some of the more recent work with the feasibility of connecting district energy through the Pedway system, do we have any updates on that?
Yes, EPCOR and us, we've been working with the design team to ensure that there is space for necessary piping, necessary to extend the distribution piping through the Churchill station from City Hall to the station land development.
Great. Okay, well, thank you so much. Thanks for the update, and look forward to continued work on this area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Ms. Padbury, you're the money lady. How much so far have we invested?
To date, to date, it's $6.4 million with another 2.3 forecasted by the end of the year.
And that 2.3, and then beyond that, it'll be the extra 1.1, or that?
It'd be the additional 27.2 million.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Selke. I do have the question regarding attachment 2 and attachment 4, because that is the recommendation we have to approve. And for attachment 4, capital budget adjustment, my question is about, based on right now, the asking here convert like $13.7 million change in the funding source to the tax supported levy. And then is there any impact for this change as it results, this change will any impact for our tax rate and for the 2023-2026? Or is just a no change? It's just the funding source between transfer to the two different type?
So, Councillor Rice, the intention here is that we would borrow, and ultimately those borrowings would be paid for by the utility. But we acknowledge that while there is risk with this project, so if at such point in time the utility cannot afford to repay the debt, then it would be paid for by the tax levy.
So what's the impact on our tax rate?
So I guess I would say ideally nothing. There is a potential operating shortfall in the early years that would be, if funded through the tax levy, would be 0.05% increase. But if you ultimately could not pay for all of the debt, it would depend how, it's hard for me to answer that question because it would depend on what the shortfall is in the future. So this report was written so that we were very clear with what the potential risk is, but I'm not sure that I can only give you what would be the impact of 100% of it needed to be paid for by the tax levy.
Okay, so that means there is this uncertainty piece, and in terms of this capital budget adjustment. So is that understanding correct?
I don't think there's uncertainty with the amount of the budget adjustment. What we're saying is the appropriate funding source for the adjustment is something backed by the tax levy because of the ultimate risk.
Okay, I think I still have a question for this one, but I'm move to the next question I will ask later. And next question about the term sheet change and in attachment 2. Two questions related. Why we need the term sheet change? What's the reason to trigger this change? And then second is about what's the impact as a result of this term sheet change?
So maybe I start. The reason the term sheet needs to be updated is the increased capital cost, and that had to be updated compared to a previous approved version by council.
Okay, so increased capital cost is the amount listed in attachment 4. is that $13.7 million? That is increase capital cost requested. So I'm a little bit confused here if I missed something, but I do need some answer to clarify this.
So the 13.7 million is the amount that EPCOR is financing internally?
Then how much the increased capital cost? What is the amount for that?
The increase is $7.7 million.
Okay, so this is for the phase one only or for the entire project?
So apologies, could you repeat that question, please?
Is this just for phase one only increase $77 million or for the entire project?
Oh, my apologies. Yes, it's only phase one.
Only phase one will be capital cost will be increased by $77 million. Okay. I don't think I have enough time to ask other questions. I will stop here.
I just want to make that clear for the record, $7.7 million.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. So the total cost with increases, the initial investment was $28.8 million. Now $7.7 million being added. That's all close to $40 million total cost. $35.9 million. That is phase one. So what is required for that $35.9 million to be self-sustaining? Like how many buildings do you need to be hooked up to for that phase one to be self-sustaining?
That's very hard to determine at this time. It depends on the pace of the development and the buildings which are going to come online. So that's the work we have to do in order to show what the potential of the additional connection is.
So the 50 non-city-owned buildings that we are talking about, that is for the entire completed all phases, or just for the entire project?
Yes, that's the growth potential at this time we see for this utility.
Okay. So because I'm just trying to understand a very basic level here, right? For this project to be financially viable, once all the stages are completed, all the phases are completed, you have 50 plus non-city buildings connected to the system, then the system is self-financed.
That's what we have to work on. That's sort of like the model and the work we need to do around the financial model, the opportunity, and the fiscal work. Maybe Stephen wants to add to it.
Yes, thank you, Christian. In general, we'd have to do work on the potential rate structure and rate policies we'd put in place, as well as take a further analysis of the amount of energy being used by all the buildings and which buildings would come on and when.
Okay. Well, then let me come back to phase one. Stacey, I just need to understand this, right? If we invest $35.9 million, right? If I understand correctly, the risk is $1.5 million ongoing operational. That includes debt servicing, or like that's separate?
That doesn't include the debt servicing.
So what is the debt servicing risk? Let me understand that first. Like I know the maximum risk is if there's no revenue for $35.9 million, right? What is that risk? And what is possibly is required to pay for that if the utility were to be self-sustaining for that $35.9 million investment?
Okay, I'm going to correct something because I just said it didn't. So I'm going to get Steve to describe what's included in the 1.5.
Okay.
Yes, so the operating shortfalls as presented in this report do include debt servicing. So it includes it's basically the net of the revenues brought in by the utility, offset by the debt servicing payments to EPCOR, our internal debt servicing, as well as costs of commodities to power the utility.
Okay, so 1.1 includes whatever the city's portion of debt servicing is?
It does, yes.
Okay. Again, I just need to understand again, for phase one, how many, I know buildings are different, right? Every building's needs are different. I just need to understand, like, what is the estimate? Is 10 buildings, 5 buildings, 20
So
buildings?
phase one will connect to 3 buildings, the Windspear, Century Place, and Chancery
So
Hall.
that's phase one.
That's phase
If we
one.
connect to three buildings.
That's right.
We would require $1.1 million of ongoing operational subsidy.
Yes.
Beyond, okay, got it. If you get another building, would the phase one have enough capacity to have maybe a couple of other buildings connected?
Yes, so it would have at least a space. We might need additional equipment, generation capacity.
So if you
in
got
the
City
building.
Hall connected.
That's right.
Right, or the 2 buildings or 3 buildings you talk about in phase, I think Century, City Hall, Citadel, and there's one more, right?
The library.
Library. If you get them connected, there's enough capacity in phase one to provide enough energy or heat, right, for those additional buildings.
Just to be clear, we likely will need additional generation capacity, so a boiler or mechanical equipment, and we also need to invest into piping because these buildings are all connected through piping. Okay. So it's not that the generation capacity, part of it might already be there, but we need to look how those 3 buildings, what the loads of these 3 buildings are, and what needs to be added.
Got it. So if those 3 buildings are not connected, the 3 buildings that we have now to City and Windspear, if they're connected, I just want to understand, the maximum risk that we carry is $1.1 million.
So 1.1 million is the loss in the first year of operations.
Yeah.
The annual losses progressively increase until year 30 of the program to a total of 3.6 annually by year 30.
Okay.
So
that's with 3 buildings connected.
Yes. So in total, over the course of 30 years, the cumulative loss would be around $70 million, an average of 2.3 million per year on average.
Okay. $70 million lost with 3 buildings connected. If another 3 buildings are connected with a little bit of investment.
Yeah, I mean, just for clarity though, because I would characterize those as almost like worst case scenario numbers. Those are the numbers if you only ever connect 3 buildings and you operate it in the long term.
Yeah, okay.
That's not the ultimate intention here.
Okay, thank you for that. That's what I needed to understand, that the risk of $70 million over 30 years, 30 years?
30 years, yes,
30
correct.
years is if we have no other building other than these 3 that you already have. But 2 are our own buildings, you don't need an agreement, but Windspear hosting this or building that, they'll be connected to this, right?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Okay, so with those city-owned buildings, Century Place and Chancery Hall, you mentioned something about piping and that. What's the additional cost to connect those buildings? Because if we own them, we have to pay for all that, right?
So that's cost which is included in what's in front of you today.
It is? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So-
Okay. And what about then connecting City Hall and EPL and the third one?
Yeah. Yeah, that
Citadel.
would need additional capital investment for piping and potentially some generation capacity in the plant itself. But the plant would still be the one at the Windspear.
Okay. And guesstimate on what that piping is for the other 3 buildings?
I better not.
Okay. Millions?
Sorry.
Okay.
We can look it up and maybe we have some estimate from previous work, but I don't have it ready right now.
Okay. And I'm just going back to my sort of original questioning with the other speakers. Was it investigated at all to use geothermal in this?
Yes. And it's our goal to get to what I would call low or zero carbon energy generation with this project, because starting on natural gas is not the best GHG impact of the project. So what we want to make sure is that the system grows inconsistently with investment opportunities. So we want to get a high base load, for example, a lot of buildings connected, in speaking in simple terms, before we switch or make an investment into a renewable energy source. So geo-exchange or geothermal, as you said, Councillor Wright, is something we've had identified for this project as it grows.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Just again, quick, I don't want to belabor this point, but I think for me to vote on this, I need to understand this. I understand $70 million risk, worst case scenario. you can't give us the estimate for piping, additional piping cost, or boiler cost, or pumping cost for the additional 3 buildings to be connected once they're connected. But I need to understand if those additional 3 buildings are connected with additional cost added to factored into the overall cost, would this project become self-sustaining?
I don't know if it would become self-sustaining, but it would certainly reduce the funding gap.
Okay, but if you move to the next, once you get those 3 buildings connected, then you start working with the private sector, right? Then it will become self-sustaining at what stage?
That's work we need to do, and we need to.
When will you provide that information?
So that would be the work we were tentatively looking forward to the fall of 2024.
Okay, and would you at that time provide committee and council with what are the tools available to encourage private sector to be connected to the district energy?
Yes. That is work going on parallel and around the implementation of the district energy strategy, and these tools will come back with a report to provide these options to council.
Okay, would you be able to give us some estimation at that time about, say, how many of the 50, say 10 additional private buildings will make it viable, 15 buildings made it viable, just estimates?
Yeah, sorry. That would be work Stephen just mentioned. Yeah. The district energy strategy looks at much more than just the downtown system. It looks into other nodes in Edmonton as well.
Okay.
Right, so.
Okay, got it. Okay, that gives me a little bit more comfort. Okay, good. All right, any more questions? Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
I just from my notes, and maybe I wrote it down wrong when Councillor Salvador asked about the incentives and any sort of bylaw things that we could do. I thought the answer was that you'd be coming back to council with that in Q4 2023, not 24.
That's correct.
So 23?
Yeah, we're trying.
Okay. Thank you. The sooner the better. Okay.
Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I was just looking to better understand the cost drivers, that additional 7.7. Could you elaborate on that, please?
So 1.3 of it is related to the billing at the WindSpear, and then the additional 6.4 is the infrastructure that's inside the WindSpear.
And could you elaborate on that?
So the cost increases are based on current inflation and cost increases we see overall. There are some cost increases based on some change design consideration during the project. We switched this project from a combined heat and power project to a boiler heat only project last year, and there are some costs which had to be factored in because of that redesign.
And that was a council decision, I believe, right?
That was, yeah, we reported to council,
And
yes.
council,
it was, yes.
And then council signed on. So it's essentially we initiated that change.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, so the change to the design and the 6.4 and the 1.3 make up the 7.
That's right.
Okay, and there was no other pieces there?
There are obviously costs which change as a result of advancing the design. There are also some delay costs, so all of this amasses to the total.
Okay, I think that's helpful. Thank you.
And those inflationary and construction escalation costs are kind of similar to the industry, what other projects are facing?
Yes, okay, that's what other projects are seeing as well.
Okay, good. Okay, all right. So that concludes the questions. We are ready to move the recommendation.
So moved.
Okay. Here we go. It's a lengthy one. You want to read that into the record? Come on.
I would actually. eScribe just quit on me, so I'm sorry. Oh, here we go. Got it. I move, number 1, that the agreements between the City of Edmonton and EPCOR Utilities, Inc., or an affiliate, for the design, build, financing, operation, and maintenance of the Downtown District Energy System as outlined in Attachment 2 of the June 23rd, 2023 Integrated Infrastructure Systems Report, IS 01386, be approved, and that the agreements be in form and content acceptable to the city manager. Number 2, that the budget adjustments to capital profiles 2083-9001 Downtown District Energy Initiative and CM 830001 District Energy Network Strategy and District Energy Nodes as outlined in Attachment 4 of the June 23rd, 2023 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report IIS 01386 be approved, that an amendment to, number 3, that an amendment to the construction funding agreement between the City of Edmonton and the Francis Winspear Center of Music as outlined in the June 23, 2023 Integrated Infrastructure Systems Report be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. We have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I can't get my name on the list, but I can speak.
Go ahead, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the conversation today, and I'll keep this brief, but just say that I support the motion on the floor. I think it's an important investment that we need to make this time in order to ensure that Phase 1 can continue and come to fruition. I'll also really appreciate the back and forth dialogue around it to financially sustainable place in the long run, and really look forward to the report that's going to be coming back that provides some line of sight as to best incentivize other buildings to join the system, because again, as Mayor Sohi pointed out, that is really critical to long-term success. So I'll leave it there, but thank you so much for the discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. All right, so I see no one else. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that concludes the agenda, right, Chris? Any notes or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned.